if you have interest in something and something is kind of blocking your way of getting there kind of thing, more than likely it's because there's something going to be there for you to advance in some way. So, what is the doorway? Psychological trauma is an event so distressing that it overpowers our mind's ability to cope. These events could range from witnessing violence to experiencing a natural disaster. One of the mind's defenses against these overwhelming experiences is to create unique mechanisms to protect itself. I call this phenomenon the doorway. It still needs a scar. Okay, listen, because how old are you now, brother? 32. So let's say that was the case, and it was for you, right? So you 32 years to get to that point. So that's 32 years of allowing that doorway to be there, all right? And so when it's open, you go through these emotional ups and downs because now of that. And let's say 100% you're able to bounce from that, it still leaves that scar. That you it's not something that you will ever forget. Okay, if you choose to, you can always remember it. Okay, but now at that point, you see what your potential can be. And it's your choice now. And before it wasn't a choice. You didn't have a choice to decide what you want to do, like what direction you want to go. Okay, but now if you do have a choice, now you can decide how far you want to go. A doorway installed. That means you're not connected to your true self, right? Okay, so that means your true self, you have no idea about your true self. You have no idea what your true self truly likes or dislikes. You get phantom thoughts of that if you're awakened, which everybody is awakened. You get phantom thoughts of that, but you don't know 100%. So that means that everything beyond this, which is the world around us, okay, and its teachings and everything else, how do you know if it's true or not? You're trying to find a truth and everything else. Well, it feels good, whatever. A lot of things feel good, they're not good for you. Okay, so in short, I think the most important thing is to find yourself first. Okay, and then from that point, once you truly know what you are, how you operate, what you do, and everything else, then from that point, all your decisions will be firm steps to the future. You have no regrets. All right, so we're here, right? Give yourself a hand clap because yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Now, of course, when you come into something that has the potential to change your...
Okay, could you hear me talking? Okay, good, excellent. Okay, all right, so everything's working. Okay, so again, what's about to happen here? This is the live footage from the event itself. As the event goes on, you're going to see me on the side here. You're going to see the slides and stuff on the screen as well. But because of this particular camera, it couldn't show me and the slides, and the other one was showing, the audience and some other things. So on the right-hand side, you will be seeing the slides as I go through. Okay. Again, periodically, I'm going to pause so that we can discuss maybe in a little bit more detail what may be taking place. And so let's go. If there's any questions or comments that, that you have as we go through, don't forget it. Just type them out in the chat room. And when we get to that portion, I'm going to read them off. All right. So, all right. So here we go, everyone.
Have in some way, typically, let's say in this case, it's beneficial, right? In most cases anyway. Sometimes obstacles will come up in your life to try to block that. As many of you heard me say many times, a cousin will call, you ever heard from this cousin 20 years, all of a sudden they need you on that specific day of the event, right? And so it's your choice if you're going to allow that to deter you from your path. You get what I'm saying? So many of you have stories. Raise your hand if you had any kind of delays, any kind of you see? And raise your hand if those could have kept you from here, but you came on anyway. You see, okay, this happens, especially with the superhuman classes, it would happen. Strange things that have never happened to anyone before would happen those specific times. Now, typically, it goes two ways, especially with new age awakened people, right? They just say, well, that must mean God doesn't want me to go, or something like that, right? They always, in short, think in the negative, okay? Never in the positive, like, because this world is a certain way, right? There's a duality and stuff, right? So it's like, okay, it's usually, it must not be meant for me to go or something like that, even though they had interest in this subject and even though it's positive. Okay, it's positive, it's nothing going to harm them at all or anything like that. So in that case, so you all, for future reference, this is how you can determine if something's for you or not. If you have interest in something and it's positive, okay, it deals with growth, deals with you learning a new subject, especially dealing, let's say dealing with more of the third dimensional stuff, STEM stuff, or whatever it may be, that you are interested in. Again, it's positive, it's only benefit to you, and something is kind of blocking your way of getting there kind of thing, more than likely it's because there's something going to be there for you to advance in some way. You may meet someone that could help in some way or another. It may be something that's talked about that can put you on a path, because you may have been doing something at your work or whatever it may be, that again is beneficial to you. So let's take advantage of that. Now, if there's something you're doing that's ignorant, that you probably kind of like, shouldn't be doing anyway, you're trying to turn up, okay? And in that, some things are happening kind of preventing you to go. That could be something trying to protect you from something going to happen negative. You get what I'm saying? So let's keep it simple, all right? All right, so of course, toward the end here, if there's any questions or comments that are totally off subject, there's going to be a Q&A at the end for us to have our conversations about all of that. So I hope you all, some of you got your beverage of choice. Okay, my beverage today is black tea that's out there on the table. So I hope you have your beverage as well. All right, so I want to say this here, right? I am not here to diagnose any of you all, okay? If you are in need of help in that way, then you should seek out a clinician. This conversation we're about to have comes from decades of research, which you all know. Most of you know that already. Been in the STEM field for decades. Been diving into alternate rituals and ceremonies all across the realm. Had the privilege to be with many so-called master teachers. Some of you would have heard of, some of you haven't heard of at all. But like Dr. Deborah Blair, okay, master metaphysician, of course, was with him for many years until the day that he ascended. And of course, some other people here have been with him as well. You got the Blairs out there. You got Brother Haru. You got Sabil, who have also was there by Dr. Blair's side for many years as well. So we are in a so-called Age of Aquarius. Those who believe that we are currently transitioning into the Age of Aquarius cite changes in human consciousness, technology, and culture as evidence. Characteristics often attributed to this age include heightened individualism, an emphasis on humanitarianism, and social justice.
All right, real quick, everyone, right? For those who did not come to, of course, to the event, you have no idea why I'm wearing a chef apron, okay? Because we were cooking up a meal, right? So this was a very flavorful dish we were cooking up, right? This is the type of dish that feeds the soul, right? So because this dish was so flavorful, it has so many ingredients, I had to make sure that I don't make a mess of myself. So I had to make sure I put on my chef apron there because we about to cook this meal, all right? So now you know.
In advances in technology and communication and knowledge, right? It's also suggested to bring shifts in religious and spiritual practices, the age of information in new thought forms, not regurgitated thought forms. So that's the thing about it, right? We're hearing all this new age stuff and everything else. Typically, if you listen to a lot of what is taking place around us, a lot of it is just regurgitated thought forms. Many of you hear people talking about, everybody here is pretty much familiar with Dr. Deborah Blair. You'll hear many people just really regurgitate his information. That's not an Age of Aquarius, so-called Age of Aquarius methodology or knowledge, right? It's new knowledge, okay? It's new thought forms to change the dynamic that's around us.
Not the same old thought forms repackaged with a new look. If one seeks the wisdom that has been those older thought forms put forth by those who came before, then I suggest going directly to those people who may now be the ancestors to hear and see what they had to say, whether it be an audio, video, or a book. So, just go directly on. We in the digital age, right? So pull up one of their old recordings and listen from their mouths directly, because you're not just getting it from their knowledge, you're also hearing their voice, you're seeing their mannerisms, so you're getting from them the attributes which, if you're in tune enough, you can see that made them that master, let's say, metaphysician, historian, person who's into science, whatever it may be, that you are interested in. Okay? The Aquarian age is not only the age of information, as that is only one side of the coin, but it's also considered the age of great deceptions. Okay? See your truth within this sea of information, but first make sure that before you jump in, both feet were planted on firm foundation. So, what is the doorway? Psychological trauma is an event so distressing that it overpowers our mind's ability to cope. These events could range from witnessing violence to experiencing a natural disaster. The effects of trauma are not limited to just psychological responses. People who have experienced trauma often report feelings of intense fear, helplessness, and stress, both in the moment and in the long term. One of the mind's defenses against these overwhelming experiences is to create unique mechanisms to protect itself. I call this phenomenon the doorway. But a more accurate term would be the soul's doorway, as it limits your divine expression. Okay, and the majority, I tell you from my experience looking here, even coming from the third dimensional, with clinicians, many clinicians are taught in universities and everything else, and also in the school systems as teachers and things, right? When I walk through a school, only thing I see is seas of children who have doorways. Now, again, it doesn't take a metaphysician to see this, okay? Again, many school teachers are taught at least the basics in recognizing abuse, okay? Any school teachers here? Any school teachers here today? I know we got some clinicians here. No school teachers? Okay. All right, so they're taught the basics of abuse, to see abuse, right? And typically, if anything, they only say anything when it's the most extreme, right? The child's coming in bloody, the child's coming in bruises on their face, something like that, then they say anything. So, but yet, the children all around are displaying the basic issues of one who's suffering from trauma. So if anything, the school should be filled with people who help people with trauma and things, right? But we'll get deep into this. The soul's doorway is a mental construct our mind creates to shield itself from the continuing impact of trauma. It's like building a wall between a traumatic event and our consciousness awareness. This doorway is a protective buffer. It's the mind's attempt to maintain innocence and purity untouched by the harm it has encountered. Dissociation is a mental process that creates a disconnect from reality, often as a result of trauma. It is also through a part of our mind decides that only way to survive is to leave the situation. Okay, so the trauma is so intense that the mind decides that literally the only way it can deal with this period is literally to leave. Okay? Symptoms of this dissociation can include a sense of lost time. Many of you have heard on podcasts and things, people talking about they lost time and everything else. When I talk about many people, when they go back into their younger years, there's gaps of time missing where they remember beforehand, they remember after, but there may be a day, a week, a month, a year, many years. There's a blackness there. Okay, some type of trauma happened, major trauma happened, okay? And that trauma now, which we're going to get into deeper and deeper here, prevents one from truly expressing. Now, this is the thing. Just because one has a doorway does not mean they have a bad life. Okay, one could have a doorway, because there's different types of doorways created for different reasons, okay? There are organizations that purposely create doorways for their entities, for them to be a certain way, right? So it doesn't mean one could be a lot of people think of things financially. They want to be a multimillionaire, live the best life ever, but yet this is still not their true self. Okay? Also creates the formation of it could create the formation of multiple personalities. This can lead to a fragmented sense of self and a feeling of being detached from one's own life. The concept of a doorway isn't new. In many esoteric traditions, doorways symbolize transformation and spiritual awakening, a journey from ignorance to knowledge. From the Gnostic interpretation of gnosis, or self-realization, to the symbolic use of doors in Masonic rituals. The idea of transition and transformation through a doorway is globally recognized in various esoteric systems. This metaphor represents the universal human instinct to seek refuge and transcendence amid distress, further validating the concept of the soul's doorway. The doorway to who we are or who we once were but did not have an opportunity to be. Despite its protective purpose, the soul's doorway can also bring distress by blocking the natural growth, intuitions, understanding that takes place in life. You see a lot of people walk around, we see this all the time. People walk around like they're confused. You shouldn't be confused. Let me tell you something just straight out. You should know who you are. It should not be this, the saying, know thyself, right? That shouldn't even be a saying because everybody should just know themselves. There should be no confusion in that. There should be no, okay, I wonder this about myself. You should literally know yourself. If you do not know yourself, if there's questions about yourself, if you're going all across the world, not seeking knowledge because of knowledge's sake, because you want to understand or achieve something outside of yourself. Okay? But you're seeking knowledge. You go into the pyramids. You go into the temples in Bangkok and everywhere else, right? You go into these places to hopefully find something that will connect you inside, then you got a doorway. Okay? It should not be like that. Children who do not have doorways, literally, if you ever meet children, typically no vaccinations, okay? No injections at all, okay? Parents at least somewhat stable on both sides and everything else. Family overall is intact, okay, because there is something called parental distress, okay, that can create a doorway, okay, literally, okay. People think of doorways being created, which we're going to get into deeply here, by physical trauma, sexual trauma, those are the main things, right? But no, it could be an animal attack, okay? It could be a loss of a family member, okay? But many times, one of the largest doorway creators is the fact that the family unit is not together, okay? We're going to get what I'm saying here. Again, this is basic information that can be found in clinician books, okay, about trauma. Clinicians here who specialize in trauma, okay? I'm not gonna put you on the spot, so if you want to say anything, I'm not, okay? In your studies, would you agree that parental separation could cause trauma?
Yes.
Who said yes? Okay. Who? Anybody else? Oh, okay, there it is, right? So again, mother, father in the house together, right? Literally just by that itself, you have a super high chance, no prison system if a male, no whorish behavior if a woman. Again, it could be, women could go to the prison system too, men could be whores too, but it's all a lot of that stuff does not happen just if a father's actually there, right? And the family unit's there, but also if the extended family is there, okay? Grandmas, grandpas, aunties, uncles, everybody's kind of around supporting each other. It leads to a very strong child. Let me go back here. It can disrupt daily life by maintaining a constant disconnect from reality. Over time, these doorways may inadvertently become isolating walls, reinforcing the trauma instead of protecting from it. They can trap a person in a cycle of reliving the trauma, which brings one deeper into psychosis, which is an actual technique to create people who have multiple personalities and each personality has its own mission or purpose. Of course, some of you have seen the movie Manchurian Candidate, stuff like that. That stuff is real, okay? MK Ultra program, okay? And these multiple personalities can be activated by a word or a series of events, etc. Now, how is this doorway installed? There are many ways in which a doorway may be installed. We're going to cover many types of trauma which may cause a doorway, but remember, in the majority of cases, the type of doorway which locks away the future potential, because that's the things being stolen from a person, right? If a person has a doorway, if one is not in tune with themselves, because of this doorway, really what's happening is that it's robbing not only that person's own future potential, okay, but also their family's future potential. Okay, because think about it, right? With family units, right? You know what I'm saying? You have if you have children, those of you who have children, okay, you want to see, I mean, I would think anyway, you want to see your child or children be the best that they can absolutely be, okay? And that, of course, not only makes you happy, but also that can lead to, because again, everybody should be taking care of each other. Okay, in many countries, the children do take care of the parents. It's the cycle just continues on like that, right? So in turn, they can do so well that taking care of you is not even a burden for them. Okay, now that's what we want, right? But it robs not only their own potential. They could have been the world's best doctor the world over, right? They find cures. They say scientists find cures for anything and everything, right? But because they have a doorway installed, it lost their potential. So now the best they can achieve is being a tradesman. Now, there's no wrong being a tradesman, okay? But they were meant to be the doctor who cures 10 diseases, though, okay? So there's just levels here to the things here, right? So, so locks away their future potential.
Or of course, or worse, of course, we're talking about robbing of future potential, or again, them being a customer of the prison industrial complex. Okay, so as mentioned to you all previously, many of you all who've been to the class already, you know this, but I literally deem this the most important class of this time, just period. Okay, due to all the issues we see going on and those that will continue unless it is directly addressed.
A person, so the future potential and changes a person forever, and is typically created between the ages of 0 and 7. Okay, so this particular type of doorway, a doorway can be created later in life, later than 7 years of age. Okay, but typically between the ages of 0 and 7. Okay, which are the most formidable years, they say, of a child's development. So first, we talk about acute trauma. Okay, this type of trauma is usually the result of a single event, such as a car accident, a natural disaster, or a violent crime. Complex trauma. This type of trauma is often the result of repeated or prolonged exposure to traumatic events, such as childhood abuse, domestic violence, military combat. Okay, there are many ways in which a doorway could be installed. Some of these include, again, the acute trauma. We'll also add a death of a friend, family member, or pet. Now there's, of course, developmental trauma. This type of trauma occurs during critical periods of development, such as childhood, and can result from disruptions to attachment relationships, such as neglect or abandonment. There's interpersonal trauma. This type of trauma involves harm caused by other people, such as physical or sexual assault, bullying, or stalking. If anybody needs me to slow down anything, just say so, or repeat something, I will. Vicarious trauma. This type of trauma occurs when an individual is exposed to the traumatic experiences of others, such as first responders, therapists, or journalists, okay, by listening to someone else's traumatic experience. It can cause them to have trauma themselves. Spiritual trauma. This type of trauma can occur when an individual's beliefs, values, or spiritual identity are challenged, such as during a crisis of faith or loss of a loved one. This is why you do not directly attempt to wake up someone. Many of you have heard me many times. Of course, when people become aware, they become awakened, or in the knowledge, whatever it may be, the first thing you want to do, even while any really kind of study, the first thing you want to do is to try to awaken someone else, even though they may not have the knowledge to actually do it. It's a helpful thing. It's not necessarily a bad thing per se, but one learns within a short period of time that people will react violently to you if you try to attempt to take their faith away from them or something like that. Even though you could be 100% correct, okay? But still, in taking, let's say someone here does not believe in Christianity, the tenets of Christianity, whatever. You say, no, that's not it. This is the true information. And let's say that you are correct. But that is what's giving them solace. It's giving them stability. It gives them something to stand on, which allows them to be able to operate in life. Okay? So you take that from them. What are you going to give them to replace that? Because what you're saying is not, it's concepts. Even though the concepts may be true, okay? But it comes from your own bank of knowledge, from the travels and things you may have seen, the people that you may have talked to. They haven't talked to these people. They only talk to you. And even though verbally they can understand what you're saying, but that doesn't give them enough of anything to replace what you just took from them. So what ends up happening, that person will get violent towards you, and or that person will now have a spiral downward in their life, all because of you, because you tried to wake them up. Okay? That's why you all heard me many times on podcasts. When I was young, okay, I used to, say certain things and everything else, but nah, it became a point where I realized that's actually doing more harm than good. Okay? So again, unless you give them something equal or greater to what you just tried to take away, it will lead them to implode. And this implosion, you are responsible for it. Now, there's also historical genetic trauma. Okay? This type of trauma is a result of collective traumatic experiences passed down through generations, such as trauma experienced by indigenous peoples due to colonization, or the trauma experienced by descendants of slavery. There's environment.
So as you all heard there, concerning the genetic trauma, that is true. So even if, the response, especially these days, we see on social media that there's pretty much two sides. I mean, there's always two sides, a duality, right? It's never a more comprehensive, reasonable solution in the middle. All right. It's always either one, deal with so much trauma, victim for life, or two, over here, oh, it was so far in the past, don't worry about it. Right. It's never in the middle anywhere when, again, genetic trauma is a real thing. Okay. So, but a lot of people are dealing with this in some form or fashion. Right. There's been all type of wars, everything. Think about World War I, World War II, all different types of wars all over the planet. And so a lot of the erratic behavior that you see happening within the populace, a portion of that is also genetic trauma. So again, more doorways. Okay. So you would think that in a healthy society would have those mechanisms at play to help these spiritual beings deal with pain even from their past, right? From their genetic line, so that they can be the best being possible. And that is possible, right? There are mechanisms that can be instituted globally to bring these new souls in and allow them to flourish. Okay, but that's, of course, is not part of the current plan. Okay, so here we go.
Trauma. This type of trauma can result of exposure to environmental stressors such as natural disasters, pollution, or air. Another example of environmental trauma is EMF. Okay, that's why I appreciate everyone who does, allow these things to take place here. Like, for example, the phones, because we're all here. If the signals are not high, I mean, all the phones are going to try to connect even harder to the towers around here. It just becomes one big EMF beacon, which means you're getting like acute environmental exposure, okay? And you don't want that. Also, pollution, so environmental, right? Tainted water pipes, okay? A website, which you all heard me say many times, is ewg.org. Okay, ewg.org. I think I put a picture here, so it is here. So, for example, I did Chicago. Okay, now ewg.org is a tap water database, and so there's a section there where you could search by your zip code of the tap water database. And so I put in Chicago. It tells you how many it serves. Okay, tell you when the data was available. Okay, and what water did they test? And of course, they tested the surface water there, right? And so what it tells you now, there are tons of chemicals in the water, but these are specific ones that exceed EWG's health guidelines. Okay, but there were 22 total contaminants. And as you see here, most of these contaminants have more issue than just cancer, but most of these contaminants, cancer. Sometimes they don't know the effect, okay, of it, but at the very least, it's cancer. Many of these are also hormone disruptors, okay? They cause hormonal imbalance, okay? So issues, and you all, Chicago, it's all across the nation, period. There's massive amount of chemicals. Some of these chemicals come from farm runoff. Some come to just deliberately putting at the water plant themselves, these chemicals.
All right, so many of you may have heard recently on social media about PFASs, and the colloquial term is forever chemicals. So some of you may have heard of this term going on in the last week or two. Okay, so when it comes to forever chemicals, this will be environmental trauma, right? Because these chemicals in the water supply cause adverse reactions to our physical bodies. Of course, cancer is one thing, but it causes all type of abnormalities, loss of focus, memory issues, just all type of things. So this is nothing new, right? So right now, all over social media, you hear people talking about it, all over the news. Again, it's one thing to the next. In reality, let me tell you all, there's really not a lot going on. The reality overall is very stagnant. There's nothing for the most part going on anyway. We are the ones, the people or the beings here are the ones that make things go on. But the reality itself overall is pretty calm. All right. So with that, PFASs, or again, forever chemicals, can be found mainly in urban areas. So if you live in an urban area, more than likely your water supply has been contaminated by PFASs, again, forever chemicals, probably for decades at this point. All right. So I believe when I looked it up, if I remember accurately, New York is one of the worst. But again, when I say New York, I mean New York itself. Okay, the islands and so on and so forth. But again, it's pretty much every major urban area for sure. And then, of course, many other areas throughout the country. So you're talking about Chicago, LA, you know what I'm saying? Baltimore, and all throughout. All right.
Some of them come from, they love to say, oh, the hormones in the water is due to women flushing, using the washroom and so forth, and flushing their pills down the drain, birth control. That's not true at all, okay? Because not every woman is on birth control to the point that will affect people's levels to that degree, okay? So you see here's some more chemicals here, right? This is still Chicago. Okay, as you see, almost every single chemical has cancer, but many of them, again, have more effects than just cancer, okay? And if you were to test your specific water supply at home, you will see tons of chemicals there. Okay, so there's another one here. So you see, as it's saying here, the 45X, so this is 40 times higher than what they say the highest should be. Okay?
Can you go back one slide?
Yep.
Thank you.
So every water supply has different than here. Like some people's water supply has radioactive isotopes. Many people in California, if you're from Cali and you put in your zip code on the site, you will see that you'll find like just different types of radioactive isotopes in the water itself. So you literally are dosing yourself with radiation. Okay, every time you drink the water. That's very difficult to get out the water. There's not too much to be done about that per se, but many of you all have heard me say many times of using like reverse osmosis. They come in different stages. Get a 7-stage reverse osmosis system. Yes, you get alkaline water, but alkaline machines typically do not take out any of this. Okay, it makes the water alkaline, but it doesn't take out the chemicals. Okay, it has a very basic filter on it. Okay, so if anything, you'll want a reverse osmosis system and an alkaline system at home. So there's also what is called organizational trauma. This type of trauma is the result of harmful practices or policies within organizations, such as workplace harassment or abuse of power. There's also educational trauma. This type of trauma is the result of teaching a person in a way that is contrary to their innate morality or creating stressors as they are learning in a way that is in conflict with their natural way of learning. So those two things there.
Okay, so let me give you all an example of this. Okay, there are all different types of beings born. So let's say there's a spectrum. Okay, in that spectrum, on one side is beings who are the most peaceful, gentle beings that the universe has ever created, and then way on the other side, it's beings that are the most murderous. Okay, and then everybody is somewhere in the middle, somewhere between those two extremes. That's where everybody is. Okay, so what if you are one of the most gentlest beings in the universe? You are extremely kind. Okay, you're an extremely loving being. You're born here in supposedly what we call the third density. For whatever reason, let's just say, for example, you went to the military, and so they're teaching you to kill and so on and so forth, right? That can cause trauma because that's going against your innate morality of who you are, you see? So in the beginning, we talked about briefly, which of course we won't get deeper and deeper into this as we go on, but we talked about briefly the types of trauma, right? And typically when people think of those types of trauma, they think of maybe physical abuse, mental abuse, and of course sexual abuse, right? But who would have thought of educational trauma, right? But that is a real thing, so take note.
There are people think that morality has to be taught, okay? There are many children, for example, who know they don't want to, you shouldn't touch them a certain way. You don't have to tell them that, okay? There's children who do not put, the moment they're born, you have children who put things in their mouth. But there's also children who know not to put anything in their mouth, okay, at all from the ground, okay? So the same thing is there where not only morality, which we call stressors, but again, your way of learning, teaching you in a different way than your innate way of learning could cause stressors, which could potentially cause a doorway, okay? So let me give you some examples. There are generally considered to be 7 different learning styles, each with its unique advantages. Visual learners, okay? They prefer using images, maps, graphic organizers to understand information and concepts. There's the learners who prefer to listen to things. That's how they prefer to learn, okay? They use, whether it be sound, rhythms, music, recordings, listening to a lecture, okay? There's verbal learners. They prefer using words in speech and writing. There's physical learners. They prefer using their body, their hands, sense of touch. So for example, they learn by being hands-on, okay? There's logical or mathematical learners. They prefer using logic, reasoning, and systems. They can benefit from using agendas, statistics, hierarchies, and other methods that involve rationale and logic. Okay, so for example, many of you may claim to be Vulcan. Okay, Star Trek. Anybody here watch Star Trek at all? Oh, okay, all right, okay. Just checking because everybody a little quiet a little bit. So yeah, so for those who claim to be Vulcan, okay, they deal with logic, right? They extreme logic, right? And so it's interesting when you look at many times in these TV shows and stuff like that, they're putting in a very theatrical way there's deeper aspects of societies or historical issues that made a people be a certain way, okay? So something made the Vulcans be a certain way where they felt that outward emotion was causing, let's say, too many problems. Okay, and so they learned, their master teachers and everything else came up with techniques to not necessarily suppress the emotions, but to put it in a little box and allow their logic to reign supreme. And because of that, they do feel extremely deeply. So let me give you an example of the reason why I mentioned it like that. Is because, for example, we see out here amongst us, people are being extremely emotional. It's causing lots of people to spaz out, okay? Especially certain demographics of people tend to be really highly emotional over other demographics, okay? And so it's going to come a point where either two things are going to happen. That specific demographic that I'm talking about is either going to allow their emotional state to destroy their people forever, or they're going to have to become broken, okay? Because they see that they can't contain their out a little bit of it out. It eventually goes crazy, and they become too emotional people, okay? Too much emotion, okay? Where they may say, you know what, it's better for us to reign by our logic and have access to our emotions when we need it, but we are going first with a logical mind, okay? There's also social learners. So social learners prefer to learn in groups or with other people. They can benefit from study groups, networking, mentoring, and any other form of social interaction. There's also solitary or interpersonal learners, okay? Solitary learners prefer to work alone and use self-study. They can benefit from personal plans, goals, diaries, self-paced learning, and other methods that allow independent thought and reflection. So as I went through these different ways of learning here, for you, now there may be multiple where you will prefer 2 or 3 or 4 of those happening at the same exact time, and that's how you learn. Well, if you want to become a genius within yourself, you need to, especially everybody here is older, okay? So we don't have time to waste at this point, okay? It's not like we're children. Now, if you have children, you can deploy these methods to them. And that's the thing about today's information. You may be perfectly fine, and hopefully you are. There's no doorways installed. Life has been fantastic. Everything's great. But this information is not just for you. It may be for your children. It may be for your nieces or nephews. It may be for your cousin, okay, that you're learning today, okay? But to you all, if you know what kind of learner that you are specifically, right, seek out that information that will allow you to learn that way, and you will see that you will learn 5, 10, 15 times faster than if you try to force yourself to learn other ways. So, an example, right? Let's say you are a hands-on learner, okay? Then, when it comes to your studies, or those things you want to get really good at, seek to learn that specific information through hands-on information, okay? Versus maybe through just like a lecture or something like this, okay? Because you will grasp it 10 times faster than whatever rate you will grab this lecture just by hearing it, okay?
So,
yes.
So you would teach those significantly.
Okay, yeah. Okay, there's 7 types.
Right.
Verbal, 1, that's number 1, verbal. 2 is hands-on. Okay, let's go back. Let's get here. One more here. Okay, so let's go back. Number 1 is visual learners. Okay, visual. Number 2 is those who prefer to listen to information. 3 is verbal. Those prefer to, it's a little bit different than just listening to it. They prefer things in speech or in writing, okay? Some of these overlap a little bit, but hands-on learners is number 4. 5 is more logical-based learners. They prefer to see things, whether it be in gender, statistic, hierarchies, okay, that kind of thing, okay? Social learners, they prefer to learn with a group, like going to networking events, mentoring, okay? There's solitary learners. Those prefer to self-study on their own, okay, in whatever way they choose to, but they prefer to self-study on their own. They don't like to study with big groups of people. They don't like that whatsoever. All right, so let's continue on here. The last type of trauma that I will cover is medical trauma. Okay, this type of trauma can occur as a result of medical procedures or treatments, such as surgeries, or as a result of medical diagnosis, such as life-threatening illness, or experiments without direct consent. So is there an ideal installation time? Okay, so if a doorway is going to be purposely installed, or if you're trying to prevent a doorway to be installed in those who you love, okay, well, is there an ideal installation time? The age range of 0 through 7 is considered to be a crucial period in human development. It is during these early years that the brain undergoes significant growth and changes, which form the foundation for all future cognitive, emotional, and social development. This is often referred to as the critical period or sensitive period. The reason why these years are so influential is in terms of creating a doorway is due to the brain's heightened neuroplasticity during this period. Neuroplasticity refers to the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming a new neural connections throughout life. During early childhood, the brain's neuroplasticity is at its peak, making it especially susceptible to external stimuli, including both positive and negative experiences. This is why if a doorway is caused, or let's say a doorway is not caused, just trauma though is happening, right? You're changing the future potential forever of that young person, okay? Because now the neural pathways, it may be like, for example, in the cities when you see potholes and everything else around, think of like a city as a mind, and the roads are as neural pathways, right? If that's true, the way I'm giving you this image here, okay, you want the roads to be perfect. You want to be perfectly smooth. You want all the vehicles that you travel on to be how they need to be, so there's no degradation at all, right? But when trauma happens, when people partake in, different types of substances, okay? It could be weed, mushrooms, it could be alcohol, okay? The brain, they say anyway, that the brain reaches its final development around the ages between 24 and 28 years of age. Okay, that's how long it takes for the brain to finally be like, I'm done. Okay, so if that's truly the case, how many of y'all like some drink? Okay, and been having your drink before even 28 years old. Okay, how many of you all like to smoke? Okay, before 28 years of age. Okay, how many of y'all were doing mushrooms or X or whatever? The big thing now is lean. Okay, and so. And just think about it, right? You have all these rappers, all these people pretty much listen to these days. That's all they promote. It's weed, lean, X, Adderall, stuff that literally it destroys your neural pathways when you're growing. Okay, so it takes the 24 to 28 for your brain to be at your best. You don't want that mess with. You know what I'm saying? You want to be your best. Now after that period of time, if you choose to, then it would do less damage because it's pretty much done now. It's almost like we're building the Taj Mahal or building the Egyptian pyramids or something, right? Now after the difference, if you drink beforehand or you do drugs, whatever, before it finished, it's like we're on a construction site, we're building the pyramid, okay? And somebody keep coming and using a crane and knocking off big sections of it while we're building it, okay? Versus it's already built. It's this perfect, solid structure, and then somebody try to hit something away. It's gonna do less damage. Okay. Okay. So I mentioned severe or prolonged trauma during these formative years can potentially lead to conditions such as a doorway being installed and being, obviously created, which will change the young person for the rest of their life. For example, the Adverse Childhood Experiences Study conducted by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the Kaiser's Permanentes Health Appraisal Clinic in San Diego. Okay, guess right in San Diego. Okay, so this major experiment happened there. Okay, show that adverse childhood experiences, including physical, sexual, and emotional abuse, neglect, household dysfunction, okay, and others, have a profound impact on future violence, victimization, and perpetration, okay, and lifelong health issues and lack of opportunities. Okay, now peep this though, right? So one thing, right, one just becomes the victim of trauma, right? But peep this, some people who have doorways or who have dealt with trauma in their life, especially in their formative years, they are walking around not even trying to cause trauma to somebody else, they're walking around trying to be the victim of trauma from somebody else. Peep that, right? So one thing is if a person was abused, right, they walk around mad, they trying to abuse somebody else. Most people can understand that, okay? But people are walking around not just trying to be the abuser, they want to be abused over and over and over again. That's how like people have relationships, right, where they keep finding themselves with, certain types of people that take advantage of them and so on and so forth. It's like, why do you keep going to those people? What's happening within you that makes it so that you feel that being truly, not just like I'm a victim, but you're truly seeking out dysfunction in short, okay? So again, they seek to not only become the perpetrator, but become a perpetual victim. And some of this is called, this one again, from household dysfunction. Parents.
All right, so there's also something called trauma bonding, okay? Trauma bonding. And so this goes on not only, of course, just during the formative years due to abuse and so on and so forth, but we see this a lot in the higher education, for example, right? Something called hazing, all right? There's many groups or entities that practice trauma bonding. And it's a surefire way to bring people closer. But again, it's based on trauma. You tell me there's no other way that is as powerful to connect people other than bring them through trauma. So for example, let's talk about, let's say, like, for example, let's think about military, right? So let's say, not only these people went through boot camp and all the other stuff, and they're being shot at, they're shooting back, people getting injured, they have to help each other survive and everything else, right? They're going through massive amounts of trauma, which ends up making them actually closer, right? That is a form of trauma bonding. But we could bring it back home though, right? Think about it. They do some form of trauma, right? There's a big thing dealing with school scandals and stuff like that, what they call hazing. Hazing is just another word to use instead of trauma bonding. So instead of saying, well, we do hazing rituals to our, for those who want to be our initiates, let's just say, who want to be part of our group, we haze them. Instead of saying that, we could replace that with trauma bonding. So those who want to be a part, want to be an alpha or a Q dog, whatever it may be, we're going to trauma bond you in some form or fashion, okay? And of course, the techniques, I mean, it goes from the extreme to the mundane, okay? It goes across the gamut with that. And even, of course, there are many secret places around the world that also practice trauma bonding, and they get into more nefarious things even than what I just named. So let's just think about this, right? That tells you we are currently in the upside down, because only in the upside down would pain in that way be utilized to bond people, to bring people closer. Do you understand what I'm saying here? Right? I mean, again, using our mind here, we may not have all the answers, any of us. But are you telling me there's no other way to bring people closer? There's no other way to get things done and keep causing all this destruction externally in our environment and internally within us? You talking about there's no other way other than the destruction?
Wake up every day arguing all the time. Literally. Okay? And it's very, and again, this is interesting because everything I'm telling you here, even though I'm adding my own flair into it, because we are making a dish, right? But this stuff is known. Okay, so meaning that those who society is going on, they know what is causing trauma and what's not causing trauma. Okay, they know what can fix it. But yet, I don't see any mass programs to fix the trauma that's happening. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so another.
Is that what's called like trauma bond?
Trauma bond. Yep. Another example is the infamous Stanford marshmallow experiment. Now keep this, okay? While not designed to study trauma, did show the lasting effects of early experiences on future self-control and delay of gratification. Examples being unable to control emotions, okay? We know many times today a person, they get their new Jordan stepped on, okay, or their new Air Force Ones, or going from 0 to 100, okay, within a second. In situations that don't require it at all, okay? But going from 0 to 100 in situations that do not require such rashness, but this is not a fault of the young person themselves. Due to trauma, they have a doorway installed. And this is one of the many symptoms that can be lifelong. So we know that many people, especially right now, right? We know in these times right now, people are becoming more, you all know, so I haven't really, on podcasts, stuff like that, I'm talking about other subjects. I haven't really been talking about the world around, stuff like that, because there's two reasons for this. First off, I noticed that you all know that I don't play around. Okay, I say what it is, how it is, because many of you depend on as accurate as the information could be, okay? And a lot of what you hear is not true, and a lot of it is fear-mongering that you hear all day, every single day, we turn on YouTube and stuff like that. So some of that is actually trauma, because you may be trying to do what you need to do in life. You know, we do know that externally around us, things in life are going a certain way, but when you're subjecting yourself, see, I have to subject myself to it on behalf of you all. It doesn't affect me like that, okay? So where it may affect this person 40%, 70%, it may only affect me 0.5%, so a little bit of nothing. And so I'm bringing all this information in, and I'm weeding through what's true, what's not true. I'm categorizing. So when I do have consultations with you all, those who do want to know certain things, or when certain podcasts do come up, or in a class like this, I can actually say, this is what's accurate, this is what's not accurate based on the amount of data that I've been seeing, okay? But for you all, okay, for some of you who are more affected by that, who when you see some news and talking about how everything's closing down, something like that, it really causes you pain, literally, right? You want to shut down. It makes it so that you're a very productive person, but when you hear that, it makes it so you're not productive now, okay? Then for you, you're exposing yourself to trauma. You need to back that up a bit, okay? You need to turn that off. All right. Also, an example of this is, I mentioned here about delayed gratification and so on and so forth, right? When I go to the malls and stuff now, which I really do, I'm really in the stores personally. But when I do go, which is not an uncommon thing, women like to shop. That's not uncommon. It's been like, even times are beautiful, women shop, right? But that is a form of easing pain, okay? So instead of dealing with whatever the issue is, loneliness, feeling like you're not enough or don't have enough, okay? Whatever the internal issue is, right? Instead of dealing with it, many go and they shop. And they shop all the time. They have to go out in the stores and kind of just be getting something all the time, okay? That is saying that there may be something there. So if you're the type of woman, okay, who, especially, you can happen with men too, but if you especially the type of woman that you can't really stop shopping, it's not even that you're spending too much. You just have to, like, you need 5 things, but you'll go to the store, get 2 of the things just so you go back to the store tomorrow to get the 3 things, right? You just keep wanting to be in there. Then you may need to just seek some look into that a little bit, okay?
Imagine a world where the incredible power of monatomic gold, the serenity of herbs, and the security of frequency protection tools are within your reach. That's exactly what the Meta Center offers. We're not just a store, we're a beacon of wellness, loved and trusted by people all across the realm. The Meta Center was founded by the visionary Dr. Delbert Blair, a pioneer who introduced monatomic gold to the world in the early 1980s. Fast forward over 4 decades and we are still leading the way, still trusted by countless supporters as their #1 source for holistic solutions. But what really sets us apart? It's our commitment to community-driven solutions. We listen, we learn, and we adapt to provide you with products, services, and informative guides that truly make a difference in your life. So why not join the legion of satisfied members who have made the Meta Center their go-to destination for holistic wellness products? Welcome to a new world of health and vitality. Welcome to the Meta Center.
Now, this here, I mentioned to you 2 studies already. This is the 3rd study. So this is how deep it goes, okay? As mentioned previously, a doorway can be induced by the very institutions that most believe have their best interests at heart. For example, the now infamous monster study by Wendell Johnson in the late 1930s deliberately induced stuttering in healthy children, leading to lasting psychological effects. To go a bit deeper, half of the children received positive speech therapy, praising the fluency of their speech, and the other half negative speech therapy, belittling the children for their speech imperfections. Many of the normal speaking orphan children who received the negative therapy in the experiment suffered negative psychological effects, and some retained speech problems for the rest of their lives. This was in the 1930s. Now it's kind of interesting, right? Where now you would think, right, like why are they doing experiments like this? Because see, this goes deeper. It's a bit off the subject here, but all of these studies you see them do is like obvious things. Like why would you even study that? Or we know that if you sit back and tell a child they're stupid, that you can't speak right, and so on and so forth, that it may lead to some trauma in their head. Being a 5-year-old child, you're saying that too, right? In which just pretty much overall the study pretty much proved that. Okay. It's because we haven't been here as long as people think we have, okay? This is the reason why, like, you can go back to some historical films and photos, stuff like that. You see them digging at the pyramids and stuff like that, finding things. Come on, the pyramids been there supposedly for thousands of years, right? Y'all still digging, finding stuff, even 50 years ago? It's because not too long before that, something had just disappeared, let's say, and now we're here and they need to dig back up what's been buried. Okay, so in short, we haven't been here, which we get to this, you all have heard me say these different podcasts over the years and stuff like that. We haven't been here as long as different books, different histories will say, okay? So now let's talk about where the doorway is installed. In my research, I've pinpointed 3 areas of concern that are filtered by a control center, which is where the doorway is installed. The amygdala, okay? The amygdala is an almond-shaped set of neurons located deep in the brain's medial temporal lobe. And it plays a key role in processing emotions, which people have the different things will say, it's like, yeah, people got these issues around us, walking around like, it's because these are affecting key issues in these areas, right? So again, the brain's medial temporal lobe plays a key role in processing emotions, fear responses, and memories. When a person experiences trauma, the amygdala can initiate a fear response, and when this is repeatedly triggered, it may contribute to the person compartmentalizing their trauma, leading to dissociation. Okay? You ever speak to someone, for example, and you're talking to them, and it's like they space out, go somewhere else. Okay? They're disassociated. Okay? Now, it's so common that people just think they make anything up other than what it was actually taking place. That person, whether it be, again, remember, I showed you different types of trauma. So it may be their childhood may have been fine, but they may be dealing with genetic trauma. Okay, which is true. Okay, as a people, right? Supposedly went through 400 years of slavery, which is not true. Okay, but supposedly went through 400 years of slavery, right? Well, if that's the case, That's genetic trauma, okay? And this could be a symptom of that, okay? The hippocampus, of course, I put that picture there because it looks like a seahorse, okay? Humans have 2 hippocampi, which are located in each hemisphere of the brain. The hippocampus part of the brain is crucial for memory formation. See, these are the areas that are purposely destroyed as a young person. Okay, I'm showing you the specific areas that are destroyed. Okay, whether it be, again, remember, there's many different types of trauma I'm gonna do again, right? Medical trauma deals with inoculations and stuff too. Okay, so this deals with. It's very targeted. If you want to, and again, this is very well known. Okay, if a person had the intent to purposely, let's say, destroy the memory centers so that a person can't really remember, right? Whether they remember what they did yesterday or genetic memories, because we do have genetic memories as well, okay? Then you can target very specific areas. One of them, of course, let me go back here, one more here. One of them, of course, I mentioned, is the amygdala. You would target that area. That's one. Number 2, again, is the hippocampus. You would target that too, okay, to purposely make it so that you can't remember yourself, okay? So the hippocampus as part of the brain is crucial for memory formation. In traumatic situations, the intense stimulation of the hippocampus may interfere with its ability to properly encode memories, where you're seeing memories, you have memories, but you can't even properly recognize what they are anymore, okay? Possibly leading to dissociation or, the compartmentalization of traumatic memories. This is why in the memories of doorway installed victims, there are periods of time in their life where it's just blackness. But they can remember before and after this time of concern, okay, which I mentioned that previously. The next area is the prefrontal cortex. Okay, so I'm giving you exactly the areas. I'm not here to play games, but again, this dish has been cooking for a while. You all been, having consultations or just calling, just having conversations. Okay, and in that, I'm hearing what the community's concerns are. I'm seeing, also observing what's taking place around us. I'm like, okay, yeah, this needs to be known so that we can see exactly what's taking place, why it's taking place, how it's taking place, and of course, eventually, we're going to get to some solutions to that. Okay. The prefrontal cortex is the area responsible for executive functions, okay, including decision making. Oh, wow, doesn't it look like people in mass have a really hard time making decisions? Okay, for like simple decisions, like, okay, here, like for example, people come sometime for advice, career advice, and stuff like that, right? And they have no idea what they want to do in life. I said, well, if you have no idea what you want to do, I say, what talents do you have? Well, I haven't worked on any of them either. Okay, so you have more than likely a talent, but you have no idea what that is. You also have not worked on anything in your life. Here's some simple things you could do. Go into a trade. Okay, you will get formal training. You'll be able to most definitely take care of yourself. You make really, really, really good money. Okay, and while you're making that money and doing that, you can figure out whatever else you need to do to figure it out, right? But then it becomes confusion at that point. What? What did you mean by a trade? I explained that in detail. And it becomes even more confusion, unable to. So what do you think of that? Well, things go quiet. Okay, so what do you think of that? Okay, so it ends with this repetitive loop of not sure and so forth. So even though I understand what's taking place, you all should know this as well. So it disrupts the functioning of the prefrontal cortex, potentially leading to periods of dissociation. During high-stress situations, aka blacking out, gaps in memory, abrupt soul escape. So there are times when they call this, of course, an OBE, but it's a different type of OBE. It's not just a OBE from sleeping and stuff like that. Sometimes a situation can become so traumatizing, okay, that the soul will just leave, okay? And so those type of things happen also from damage or the rearranging of how it should function of the prefrontal cortex. Oh, let me go back here. Don't go too far. Okay. So far, in these three main areas that are affected, they disrupt the processing of emotions overall, okay? Fear responses, memory formation, they cause dissociation, and compartmentalization, okay? Can't handle long term, have to keep taking the long term and have to break it up into little small pieces and only deal with them from micro moment to micro moment. Okay? Okay? We know in mass, it's been, you see, especially if any of you all are watching those, any YouTube people that deal with like investments or anything like that, these are long-term strategies. Okay? But one's unable to think long-term like that. They have to bring it down only from the day to day. Okay? Dr. Delbert Blair talked about the 4 F's, okay? Can anybody say what those 4 F's is? Okay, come on. Okay, cool. Fight, feed, flee, and fornicate, okay? And when he did this, see, Dr. Blair says this is deep, right? Because Dr. Blair has been saying that since 80s, late 70s. He's been there for a long time, right? But at least when it comes to public discourse concerning that, even though people understand, we're about to go deeper into this, right? So like, wait, what is that dealing with? It's actually dealing with the reptile brain, right? Okay, so we can get to this. So, okay, so again, we mentioned fight, flee, feed, and fornicate. Fight. Always looking to handle simple engagements with aggression or violence. Okay? Groups promoting that we have to fight enemy X because of Y reason. Look today, right? Look on social media. Look at what you turn on the news. All this is going on. This is going on, right? Of course, the black versus white. White versus black. It's on both sides. It's going on both sides now. Okay? The migrants. That deals with what they're targeting precisely is the reptile brain, which we're going to get into. That's an area for real, okay? And the reptile brain deals with very basic stimuli, okay? And they're targeting the fight aspect of the reptile brain. The next one is flee, F-L-E-E. Always looking to escape, whether this be running away physically or by the consumption of drugs, alcohol, etc. Okay? How many are looking to escape in these times? They can't really, they can deal with things for a period of time, then they have to let it go, right? Also, many of you probably listen to travel YouTube channels, right? Y'all need to come out of America, come to Ghana, come to this place, that place, all the places. Okay, they're targeting the flee aspect of your reptile brain. Okay, because don't get too cute. Chaos is going on all over the world. There's something called high trust and low trust societies. Okay, who have heard of high trust, low trust societies? Okay. So high trust versus low trust society deals with this. In a high trust society, I had extra eggs, right? I got a bunch of chickens, right? And in front of my house, I put all the extra eggs I have, a bunch of cartons. Let's say I put organic eggs, $7, and here's the jar of the money right there, deposited right there. In a high trust, this is a real example. Happens in Japan, happens in Norway, happens in Sweden, okay? A person will come up and say, okay, let me get some eggs. Here, take the money out. They put it in there, and just walk off. Okay? That's a high trust society. They did that. They did experiments in New York, right? Of course, it was probably the wrong place to do that in, right? And this person put a bunch of bags of groceries out there. When some people walk past, they actually contributed to this bag. They put more food up there. Like, okay, they wouldn't put it out there, whatever. It's like food for the homeless, something like that, right? Here comes some people. They walk past it. They was like, oh man, this is real. This is exactly what they did. It was like, oh man, we don't gotta go grocery shopping. They start taking up all the fruit, the eggs, the milk that was laid out there, and they walked off with it. That's an example of a low trust society. You can't trust your neighbor at all. This, what we're functioning here is 100% almost the bottom of the barrel of a low trust society. Okay? Again, high trust society, when you consider Ghana, when you consider, just name a place that people are fleeing to in their reptile brain. If you are truly want to go to somewhere that is truly safe, right, where literally you can sit back and literally have your door wide open and wake up in the morning, it's just cold in your house because it was cold outside. That's it. Okay, nothing more than that. Okay, you can have your door open, wide open, all year long, 365 days a year, and not one person came in uninvited. If you want to go to that type of society, that's not Ghana. In most cases, it may be segments in certain places that for a block or two, but when you look at the block or two, what's going on? Oh, they got security cameras everywhere. They got a big fence going around. So if in this perimeter, we can be like that. That's not a high trust society. So if you really want to live somewhere, if that's the thing you want to do, and there are times that you do need to fight. Let me say this: there are times you do need to fight. There are times you do need to flee. But if you're saying, all right, I'm in flee mode right now, I don't care what you're talking about. Cool. Then you want to flee to somewhere. If it's about safety, that's truly safe. Okay? And it's interesting enough where those places would be. It's not the majority of places that people think. Okay? Feed. Okay? Fight, flee, feed. Okay? Yeah, this is all reptile brain. The reptiles operate on the basics of stimuli. Okay? Feed. Drowning oneself by always consuming. This consumption can be in the form of food and drink, or always shopping, okay, as I mentioned here, right, as a form of therapy. This is shown also by many taking much more than what they need, almost like energy vampires, searching for the next victim so they can charge their batteries yet again, okay? So feed, okay, always eating, promoting always the consumption of things, over and over and over and over again. Did you?
I did it already.
Cool, okay. Yeah, so that's pretty much self-evident. We all have to eat, okay? But it's the overconsumption that's the problem, okay? And of course, the biggest one here is fornication or sex, okay? Sex. For many, this is number one, the primal act of pleasure to the point of self-abuse. This pleasure tends to become more brazen over time, whether it be alone, with a partner, or with groups. This is seen on many travel channels on YouTube. Keep this, right? Channel on YouTube where they show barely dressed women and men as they describe the scenario. Like they describe, hey, we need to go, and y'all need to come out to Jamaica, right? Instead of showing the scenery, what Jamaica is, they just show women walking around, show hips, they show maybe women walking around who are all buff and everything else. So they're selling to you through because this is telling you about, let's say, Jamaica, or telling you about some island in the Caribbean, something like that, or anywhere in the world, and selling it to you just visually by the landscape, by the certain things, right? They're appealing to, again, the primal brain, okay, the lowest of the nature, right? So, appealing to the primal urge, okay? Music videos do this, right? TV shows, movies showing the barely clothed and scenes where it's totally not required. But why? All of this deals with the control center, the areas at the base of the brain and the spinal cord, such as the brain stem and the reptilian complex, which are responsible for instinctual behavior. So what we're talking about is instinctual behaviors, the 4Fs, okay? Survival, dominance, aggression, territoriality, and basic functions like heart rate and breathing. The idea is that when a person is stuck in this survival mode due to prolonged trauma, they may be cut off from higher functions associated with the prefrontal cortex, such as empathy, future planning, nuanced thinking. Okay, for me to be able to tell you something here and you be able to see how it connects to different areas of your life or different areas of the world, blah, 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 blah. That's nuanced thinking, okay? Deduction, to be able to deduce what I'm saying to its lowest parts. For example, what I said about high trust and low trust societies, one can deduce, say, what's the differences in these high trust low trust societies? Is it just the geographical location? Or is it the people? If it's the people, what people are there versus what people are here? Okay, what's the nature of the people? See, these are things we start to deduce here, okay? Deduction. Imagination. Some people are unable to imagine. Being able to imagine deals with, again, the prefrontal cortex. And of course, in higher thought forms, even thinking beyond the beyond, okay? So the reptilian complex, okay? The reptilian complex is a term coined by neuroscientist Paul D. MacLean as part of the triune brain model, which divides the human brain into 3 distinct sections based on the brain's evolutionary development. The reptilian complex, also known as the reptilian brain, is the most primitive, and these sections is thought to be responsible for the most basic survival instincts. So now you know exactly where Dr. Blair talks about the 4 F's: fight, feed, flee, from. You know exactly, without a doubt, where it comes from. This is a real thing. Okay, it's not just a colloquial saying. The reptilian complex primarily includes the brain stem and the basal ganglia, sometimes also extending to the central parts of the brain, including the thalamus and the hypothalamus.
Can you go back?
Oh, sure. I'll go back. Here?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just so you all know, many of you were on the Zoom call and everything else. We're going to have a Zoom call a week from now, give or take a few days, okay? And we're going to go over different aspects of this. So write down like different things that you would like to know more about. I have my own agenda that I want to tell you all, but again, it's based on also what you all think and feel and everything else as well. So just write things down so like that. Whatever we don't talk about here, and as you meditate on things before our Zoom call, then we'll talk about it. You good?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Survival instincts. The reptilian brain is primarily concerned with survival. This includes basic needs such as searching for food, finding a mate, and defending oneself against threats. So, for example, the fight or flight response activated during periods of acute stress or danger is driven by the reptilian brain. Dominance, territoriality. The reptilian brain is responsible for territorial and dominance behaviors, similar to behaviors observed in reptiles. This can manifest, so for example, this is why when you see like reptiles, people have reptiles as pets and everything else, or the zoo, they do anything, they are not like dogs or cats, okay, or dolphins, okay? Literally, they are operating on, you could say, this primal or lower thought form behavior. So love, like for example, dog, you can get what we consider love, okay? Okay? And it's a deep thing. Remind me at the end of this about dogs. Okay, I'm gonna tell you something about electrons, okay? So remind me at the end of this, okay? But this is why trying to show a reptile affection when they have their brain is the reptile brain. It's not going to happen. Okay, you could have them for 20 years, and if you put your arm out here, they would still bite it off. Okay, only one that may be slightly different is a turtle. Okay, turtles are a little bit different. Okay. Oh, let me go back here. Oh, 1 second here. Okay, so we talk about dominance and territoriality. Also, okay, so the dominance, those behaviors can manifest in humans as the urge to mark and defend one's territory, whether it's an actual physical space like one's home or a metaphorical space like a position at work or in social groups. Like we see cats on the block from Bmore through Chicago to LA and in many places in between, fighting over blocks, territory, dominance, as if they actually own the block. Okay? All right? Right? They're operating as a group as an organization, okay, in reptile brain, okay, which is by design. Ritualistic and habitual behavior. The reptile brain drives our propensity for routine and ritual. It prefers known situations and routines, which helps to reduce uncertainty and potential threats. This might manifest as daily habits or rituals like brushing your teeth every morning or always eating lunch at the same time. Aggression. The reptilian brain is often associated with aggression, and as aggressive behaviors can be related to survival and dominance. This might manifest as physical aggression in some situations, but it can also involve more subtle forms of aggression like verbal assertiveness, passive aggressiveness, or competitive behaviors. Lack of empathy. The reptilian brain is not involved in the processing of complex emotions or empathy. These higher level emotional processes are more associated with the limbic system. Okay, go back. Okay, the limbic system. All right. So when you start, so as an example, okay, this is your reptiles here, right? When you get in here, you're starting to get into, even though some things overlay a bit, you start to get into, you can say dogs, cats, and things of this nature, but they're still even up here though. So you it depends on exactly what it is. Okay, dolphins are up here, for example, for sure. Okay, there's many higher, larger sea life that are up here. Of course, we are up here as well. Primates are up here as well. Okay. So, as I mentioned, these higher level emotional processes are more associated with the limbic system, which I showed there, and the neural cortex. The neural cortex is pretty much the human brain, okay? Now, are there signs to watch out for? Okay, so now we talk about the where, talk about these different aspects. So you're understanding, and I kind of repetitively really went deeper into this, so there's no question about it. You understand what you're seeing, you understand why you're seeing it. So now let's talk about, are there signs? We need to know what to look out for, okay? The reptilian brain is primarily concerned with, let's see here, okay, let me go here. So from ages 0 to 7, okay? Regressive behaviors, returning to early stages of development, such as bedwetting, thumb sucking, or excessive clinginess. Changes in behavior, increased aggressiveness, fearfulness, or withdrawal. So all of a sudden, see, a child being born should just be pure and doing their thing, okay? It shouldn't be any type of I'm going to keep it on here because I could go off tangent. I'm not going to go off tangent right here, but I'm just going to say this. So, if a child should be open, ready to explore the world, okay, shouldn't be any fear of exploring, for the most part, anything. They want to learn, they want to explore, right? So, in a child naturally being that way, if you see them again, regressive behavior, you see them returning back to they're progressing along, and then all of a sudden, almost randomly, you see them returning to early stages of development, such as bedwetting, thumb sucking, or excessive cleanness. All of a sudden, and it's like, what happened? You were doing this, now all of a sudden you were going back, then something happened. What that is, again, we listed those things before, but something happened within that rank. That's not normal, okay? Or if we want our children to be as normal as possible, that's something we don't want. Again, changes in behavior. All of a sudden, they start to be extremely aggressive. Fearfulness, be extremely feared, or they start to withdraw from family activities and so on and so forth. Sleep disturbances, frequent nightmares, difficulty falling asleep, or fear of sleep, okay? Difficulty understanding or discussing emotions. Now again, many types of trauma can cause these different issues, okay? So struggles to name or explain their feelings. We're not talking about, of course, children are children, so they don't know as many words as an adult. That's a given, okay? But in encouraging them to explain it, they really just do not want to explain it, okay? And have a very difficult time. Even go to the point where if you try to push a little bit to explain, they'll just break down crying, screaming, and so on and so forth. Unusual aggression towards toys or pets. So they may harm toys or pets or show an unusual level of aggression towards them. Age 8 to 15, now because we're progressing. So if these are signs to look out for. So at this point between age 8 and 15, more than likely the trauma has already occurred. Now it's progressing. What you're going to see, I'm going to show you something that's making perfect sense on this graph. I'm going to show a little bit later. Okay? And in fact, well, I'm going to show you now. Because we can go back up. So let me show you that right there. Okay? So let's say, remember, this doorway should be open, right? And you should be here, let's say, and it should be directly to source. It should be nothing blocking that, okay? So the doorway is installed, okay? So the doorway is installed. Just for simplicity, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 deals with years. So the further you get away from fixing the traumatic event, the more difficult it's going to be to ever open that doorway, okay? So let's say, for example, in my researching what has been put out there publicly when it comes to the history of psychiatry, psychology, medical history, and so on and so forth, sifting through all this data, what they say is, for the most part, is this, that let's say the event happened right here. So this is the day of the event and trauma has happened. Even if 6 months later, it was recognized and help was provided, that child more than likely is never going to be back 100% what they were. They may be 99% what they were, but it's not going to be 100%. Okay? And the further you get away from in time to that traumatic event, and especially if it's not an acute, it's one that it's a more complex one that has continued on over and over and over again, and also different types of trauma. Because a lot of people dealing these days with complex trauma. It's not just, again, would it be whatever the traumas I listed, medical trauma, whatever. It's not just the one thing. It's a combination of things, right? So that makes it even more difficult, right? And the further we get away from it, well, let's say they got help at 5 years old, right? But they've been dealing with complex trauma since they were born, okay? The complexity of it all makes it, now you're going to decrease the likelihood. It could be still a functional being who can live a good life, but now you have made it more difficult for them to be who they ever were going to be. So let's say it may at this point, this is throwing out some numbers here at this point, it may now be at 5 years old, it's been pretty much 5 years of complex trauma before it was called. Now, even in the best case scenario, they only may be 50% ever themselves. Their true self, again, the doorway self, okay? So in short, the quicker that the trauma within ourselves or within our children, family members, extended family, cousins, you see students at work, whatever, the quicker that it's recognized and then dealt with, the higher potential for them to be the best they could ever be for themselves and society around them, okay? So now let's go back to between age 8 and 15. What you will see is changes in school performance. Certain drop in grades, lack of concentration, or disruptive behavior in school. There's so many videos we see on a daily basis on TikTok, on YouTube Shorts, and everything else that show, I mean, we go from 0 all the way up to pretty much 30 at this point, but you see them acting nuts in school, right? Fighting teachers, throwing chairs at each other. This is all types of things. And those things did happen even before, say, 15 years ago, it happened even then. 20 years ago, it happened then, but it was a smaller number of children doing it. Okay, now you start to see everybody doing it, okay, in these urban centers especially, okay? So what you will see between the ages of 8 and 15, you will see changes in school performance. Sudden drop in grades, lack of concentration, or disruptive behavior in school. You will see potentially withdrawal from friends or family. They may isolate themselves and stop participating in activities they once enjoyed. Unusual responses to reminders of trauma. So of course, if they were traumatized, they might not, again, they may have a doorway installed, so they may not even remember what it was, but they will act a certain way when certain people or situations take place. It could be even a situation, okay, people, a circumstance, a certain place, a certain animal, okay? Remember, it could range the gambit here, okay? So, unusual responses to reminders of trauma. They may react strongly to sounds, sights, or situations that remind them of the traumatic event. Physical symptoms, unexplained headaches, stomach aches, or other physical complaints. Now, peep this. This is deep. There was also a study that showed, factually, actually, let's say there was two people, one person, no trauma at all. The second person, they specifically, it was sexual trauma, okay? The sexual trauma victim, which could be male or female, later on in life would find themselves with again, let's say that sexual trauma did not create any physical, they weren't given an STD or STI. They had sexual trauma, but nothing physically is wrong with them, okay? Later on in life, they will suffer from all types of issues physically, okay? I mean, again, the person next to me, come on, duplicate people, okay? The person who nothing happened to, living life at age 20, no health issues, 30, no health issues, 40, no health issues, so on and so forth, right? Well, the person who dealt with the sexual trauma will have all of a sudden heart issues at 25. It's like, how did that create that? Okay? Because other trauma could also create some of these issues, but specifically, it's the sexual one that most definitely, like, out of, let's say, out of 100%, 0 to 100%, okay? Where some of them may be like environmental trauma may cause that. It may be a 15% chance it will cause that. You understand what I'm saying? Where sexual trauma is like 80, 90%. Okay, will cause a person to have health issues later on in life, even though it was nothing that stayed with them per se physically from that traumatic event. So that shows you right there. So that means that, wow, so that means that myself, family members, whether it be children, cousins, nephews, nieces, aunties, whoever, that some of the health issues they're having could be literally from a traumatic event, mental or physical, when they were younger, that should not have went past that point. Yep. So their life is cut 20 years, 30 years younger. Their life is cut 20 to 30 years less just because of that. That's how drastic this is, and that's how important this class was. You understand what I'm saying? It's about time. It's kind of interesting. In the New Age community, there are supposedly psychologists and everything else, you know what I'm saying? And yet, this is about entertainment and stuff. I think it'd be fascinating. You know what I'm saying? Where, I was looking for classes like, oh, okay, here's some psychologists, okay, who were in the community and stuff like that. And this is about, shucking and jiving, So, I don't get it. So, physical symptoms, unexplained headaches, again, okay, I'm going to pass that. Also, intentional harm to animals. They might harm or kill animals, which is a severe sign of psychological distress. So when you hear these, again, it's kind of interesting how, especially the Western world is right now, how they look at these issues that happen with young people. Okay, we're talking about children for the most part here, okay, that are displaying this types of behavior. Instead, saying, we need to correct that ASAP. This person may, they're going to turn into a monster later, right? We need to correct that now, but instead they're to say that person's an evil person, or they'll make fun of them. You know what I'm saying? And I'm talking about adults. Real story here. Real story, okay?
So the question becomes, do people have the ability to change? Now, of course, our knee-jerk response to me saying that is, of course, yeah, people have the ability to change, but society, the way society acts, the way the structure is, the way people act toward each other, they act like people actually don't have the ability to change, but yet they will say things like that. Like, oh yeah, again, just knee-jerk reaction. Can people change? Oh, yes, of course people could change. But in reality, the way they treat people, the way they treat themselves, the way the structures that they create when they have the ability to create it however they choose to, they create things and navigate through this system itself as if people can't change, people don't have the ability to change, and so on and so forth. And when someone does change, people act like they're just so blown away. Why is that? Isn't that strange? I thought we were beings with unlimited potential. I thought our internal vortex springs forth all different types of positive things that can be, and even negative, right? We can go up the ladder or down the ladder. That's what I thought.
Young person, I dealt with my own share of nonsense, right? And being young, I was still aware though. Okay, aware enough in my young self to be able to tell a teachers like, hey, I need some help, whatever. These are grown folks. So I'm like, let's say I'm 9 years old. They're 30, 40 years old. They sit back and laugh them off. I still see this. When you're connected to your soul doorway, you have your eidetic mind. That's what it's called, eidetic mind. That's pretty much like, it's almost like, it's different types of photo memory, okay? And photo memory obviously deals with photos. You see things in images, okay? But there's different types of memories that deal with things that allow you to recognize or recall events as if it's just happening, right? You have to recognize what yours are, okay? A lot of people have their version of it. People just think of things in images, but it's not just that. So anyways, it was interesting when I was kind of older, about teenage years, and I started going deeper and deeper into metaphysics and just the sciences in general. And I was thinking, like, looking at it, it really bothered me for a point. Like, okay, how can I be a young person, 9, 10 years old, and asking teachers, multiple, for help, okay? And he just laughed. Now this is you're talking about at this point, this is mid-90s. Okay? Come on, 40 years old now. So that's mid-90s. So it's been on for a long time. Okay? And I was at least aware enough that was certain things were taking place within me, which led to, of course, we're here today, right? We got this conversation because it's come from, again, also interpersonal research, right? From ourselves. That's why I can tell you what works, what doesn't work. Okay? Also with family.
Okay, so let me give a little bit additional information on what was just said there. So I was a young person, and being young, I was aware enough of certain processes that were happening within me. So, but even though that's the case, I'm still young, still thinking as a young person, but still awakened enough to understand certain things. And I went to certain teachers about certain issues, and for the most part, every single one of them, so not for the most part, every single one of them told me some form of deal with it. I don't want to hear it. Go over there and just do the work I gave you. Didn't say anything at all. Said things like good. Very vindictive, very evil, and so on and so forth. Now, again, I'm telling you directly that this directly happened to me, right? So just think about what is happening. We see the world, right? The world is becoming more draconian and archonic, okay? The dracons deal with structure. The archons deal with energy ciphering. As they call it, draconian structures, one with like the rule of law and so on and so forth is so binding, it doesn't allow any free movement or anything like that at all. And then there's the archons, right? The archons deal with ciphering off energy for them to consume, okay? Using your labor for their benefit. So you're giving forth your energy while they sit back and just collect it. Okay, that's the archons. So going to these entities and them saying what they say, and again, from that point to now, as I mentioned, the world it seems like the draconic rule has increased and the archonic rule has increased. So guess what? That means that more than likely it's worse for young people in the school system, so on and so forth. And we see this firsthand. We see these young people who are impressionable. We see them being bombarded with all types of strange ideologies that young people should not be bombarded with. So you could say 10 times, 20 times, maybe 50 times, 100 times worse than what it was even for me. And it was bad even back then. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay. So people act like And of course, again, the school systems, as I mentioned in the beginning of this presentation, we talked about the pipeline, the school to prison pipeline. Okay, they were literally 100% purposely setting me up for that. You know what I'm saying? Because what if, even in these draconic or archonic systems, if one of these entities within this, because obviously these teachers are either dracons or archons themselves, or just purely just evil beings themselves, what if they did give me the help that I needed? Okay, well, who knows what path that would have taken if that's the case, right? So, of course, if it's actually help, that means that it could truly be for the benefit. So this thing about today, thinking about the school system and what's taking place, this is happening in mass. Do you understand? In mass. And don't let anybody tell you differently. They try to cloak it under, nice phrases, put people who are excellent orators on the screen, who are able to woo you with words, but it still does not take away from what's happening to young people in using me as an example. All right.
And so forth as well. So, starting fires. Deliberate fire setting is another severe sign of distress. Okay? Whether it be starting fires yourself or, again, arsonists, right? Now, ages.
You finished that thought? You said you were asking the teacher.
Oh, no, that's all pretty much went to. Yeah, so pretty much I was asking the teacher for help with a certain situation, okay? And again, they just laughed. Okay, if no help provided, they said deal with it. And that's just that. Okay, again, we're talking about people who are supposed to be in the, and so that's why I started to have certain disdain for it. That was really a wake-up call for me. That's why this thing, having your eidetic mind open, is a gift, and someone say somewhat of a curse, because you're remembering everything. Okay, all the good things in your life, which are wonderful, but also those micro moments that you could really forget, you wish to forget, but you remember them anyway, right? And so that took me even deeper on this path that we're on about, like, okay, I'm tired of the night. You all know how I am, right? Very no nonsense, very certain way, right? That comes from that.
Okay, so as you heard what I said there, right? That comes from that, right? So the way that everyone is a combination of upbringing, environmental, influence, and so on and so forth, right? Family influence, environmental influence, social influence, so friends and their families, and so on and so forth. And it helps to shape that being as they grow, right? And so this is part of it. Other situations before that I just named here took place that help my awakening and so on and so forth. But especially from instances like this I just described, I started to ask questions even at a young age, like why? Like why, I'm supposed to go to these supposed people of authority, right? And I'm supposed to ask for assistance if that's the case. So why didn't I get assistance? Why? You know what I'm saying? So questions like why, we have many people here who are part of the research team, the Medicinal research team. And so like the why, what, where, when, how, right? So now I'm starting to ask questions like why, right? And so through that time to now, this is how that no matter really what the subject is, we can dig into it in a way which brings forth fresh perspectives, because we've been doing this for decades, okay, of asking why and digging into. Okay, because I've been hyper-focusing on the why. Why are you acting like that? Right? You're 30, 40, 50 years old. I'm 6, 7, 8, 9 years old. Okay? Why are you acting like that? You know what I'm saying? Why do you have so much evil toward a young person like that? Right? So, it led to many revelations, which brought us to a class that we're doing right now. So I hope that you are enjoying this class thus far. We still have a lot to go. Okay?
Okay, from those type of experiences, right? Dealing with nonsense, people doing weird things, and I'm just tired of it because I'm seeing it as purposeful. Okay, there's no reason for it. So now, of course, those teachers could have doorways installed themselves. Remember, we talk about trauma, right? People purposely even recognize that trauma is taking place, but they're like, okay, if I had to deal with it, they're gonna deal with it. You know what I'm saying, kind of thing.
So again, right? Said it right there, right? People want to spread their trauma because they're dealing with it. How many of you all have heard some phrase of they got to pay their dues? right? Where even like it may be a family member who, who is your family, literally, right? So your family should be looking out for you, right? And you may be trying to get the hookup or something, if we want to call it. I'm just going to keep things simple, right? You're trying to get the hookup in some situation, whatever, that would get you further ahead quicker. And they will say some form of you, man, I had to pay my dues, so you got to pay your dues. Okay, man, you got to go through this and whatever. So those types of things are set up to make you fail, or to set up to bring you through trauma. Smart families don't do that. Smart families give their young ones the best opportunity absolutely possible, so they could jump further ahead, right? Why would you want your young ones dealing with trauma, certain types of trauma? And this even can go in a community aspect, right? Why would we want our young ones in the community dealing with certain types of trauma? Because those create very specific doorways, which lead to, in most cases, to very specific endings. Just not having a father in a home, just that, leads many women to become promiscuous. Okay, it leads the boys to become very aggressive, unnecessarily aggressive, committing crimes, which leads them to the prison system directly. Just that by itself. So literally, in just taking the father out of a home, now you've increased substantially those two likelihoods to happen. Just that. You see how, so this is well known. I'm giving you studies here. And of course, as many of you know, in segment 3, we're going to get into, I'm going to be showing you even more direct studies and so on and so forth. But I'm giving you the facts. Yes, this is metaphysical as well, but I'm giving it to you so you can see it firsthand that this is not made up. I don't want you just believing me. I want you to see firsthand for yourself what it is. So that what that means that as from this point on, as you go through life, at least when it comes to this subject, you spent many hours with me together, us together, right? Learning and sharing. No one could tell you some BS after this concerning a subject like this, because you've seen it for yourself. You've seen the facts. You got the metaphysical aspect of it as well.
You know this takes place, right? All that kind of nonsense. So at ages 16 to 21, they will start to engage in risky behavior. They may engage in harmful behavior such as drug use, reckless driving, or risky sexual behavior. Depression or anxiety, persistent feelings of sadness, hopelessness, or excessive worry.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry to keep interrupting, fan. I just want to make sure I say certain things here as we have our conversation. So let me tell you something, okay, about this realm that we're in. The realm that we in, based on the dynamic of the social interactions that we have and the way the realm is currently set up, life itself is going to bring its own obstacles. Okay, so there's two types of obstacles in life. Okay, let's break this down to the two, right? The one type of obstacle is literally life obstacles. Okay, that literally, even if you had the perfect life, so-called perfect life, life itself, just you existing, is going to bring certain challenges. Okay, even if your socio-economic factors are perfect, that it brings no challenges at all, life itself is going to bring challenges as you move down your path. Period. Okay, then there's the other path, right? Which is the other side, let's say, that is issues, challenges that are brought on by our own mistakes and things, right? Our own mistakes, upbringing, and so on and so forth, right? So there's life itself that happens to everyone. And then there's those challenges and things that happen that we bring on ourselves because of upbringing, because of being born, maybe a certain way, and so on and so forth, right? The people who say those those colloquial sayings, okay, like Barbara said here in the chat room, I got mine, so you got to get yours, kind of thing, right? Let's see here. Danny said they say goofy stuff about I had to struggle, so you have to learn what struggle is as well. Okay, that's goofy stuff, right? Because life is going to bring, again, its obstacles anyway, right? So now what they're doing, they're adding on top of that. So they're adding, life is the icing. The stuff they're talking about is the cake. So what that means is that before you even get to your true destiny in life, if you can even get there, you have to go through all the BS cake that was put on you because of upbringing, socioeconomic factors, and so on and so forth. Education, you just making mistakes because maybe, the society basic knowledge should be given in society, but that knowledge is not given, which leads people, again, to be have doorways created, which leads people into certain paths that can be absolutely controlled. See, these paths are all there. See, this is all by design. The Dracons and Archons, they combined forces a long time ago, okay? And they're working in tandem where the Dracon systems control, the Archon systems extract, okay? And when this cake, this diabolical cake that's being created has all these obstacles in it, it leads a person to be easily controlled. It leads you to not be able to express truly who you are. So this is a total side note. That's why I'm glad when we have these type of conversations and things, because we could get into certain topics and have certain conversations that may not normally happen. And one of those here, again, totally side off topic here, is called gene expression. Okay, that's GENE expression. What gene expression is that in your genes, no matter what race you are, no matter where you're from in the world, it doesn't matter, okay? All of us have what they would call, dormant genes, right? And these genes within us, our DNA, right? Some of these genes become active for various reasons. So let's say, for example, all of your family may look the same until about the age of 10. Because at the age of 10, when, let's say, around that time, when certain hormonal changes begin to happen, certain genes are activated, which then bring about maybe the look that your family is known for. So let's say if your family is known for elf ears, right? Your ears, they look like kind of like, human ears at first, and then around 10 years old, when those hormonal changes happen, they turn elf-like, right? Or many people have different types of expressions, okay, that tend to happen. Some gene expressions, so in locked in many of our bodies, in our DNA, okay, within us, there's certain expressions that are there. It may be you becoming a literal superhuman. You literally being able to all of a sudden pack on muscle like a silverback gorilla if certain maybe environmental factors take place. It will activate those dormant genes within you, which will allow you to just mysteriously just bulk up like no one has ever seen before. But it takes those environmental triggers to take place before that happens, okay? So amongst us, there's all different types of beings. And what's happening in the Dracon orders is that many beings have inhibitors, okay? Inhibitors put within them, in various ways, okay? That inhibit the gene expression. Because if you inhibit the gene expression, and so that everybody acts the same or is only able to express the same, that's very easily controlled. Do you
Greetings,
understand?
travelers. Reaching out to you through space and time with a new tool to help you on your journey. Many of you know of my research, as some of you have been part of it. I recently was looking through over 20 years of data and came upon an interesting observation. When the bridge is connected between our world and the next, when many of you are out yonder speaking to those in other spaces, digging deep within twilight to bring back those premonitions, wise words, and tools that can be used within our space and time. Many of you have complained that there's breaks in the transmission, and between these gaps, pertinent information is shared, but it is forever lost, as when you rejoin, the conversation is well past the initial point. For you, traveler, my late nights were not wasted, as only thing the neighbors heard was Eureka, as I perfected a serum that I imbued within the form of a salve. This tool, this salve, I call Lavender Dreams of a Blue Lotus. Before your travels, rub a dime-sized amount at the bottom of each foot and make sure you rub it in as much as possible. Each night it is used, the greater effect shall be had. Your travels shall be more vivid and transmission breaks will no longer occur. I look forward to what you bring back.
Dissociative symptoms. They may report feeling detached from themselves or the world around them, or experience gaps in their memory. Difficulty in relationships. They may struggle to trust others or form close relationships. Violent or destructive behavior. This can include acts such as setting fires, vandalism, or harm towards animals or people. Okay? Man, don't we see almost on the news all the time that they could be things on the purpose too? Yes, this is an agenda there, but still, don't we see all the time these young people that even kind of look lost, right? That are dealing all types of just massive killings and this crazy. We look at it and say, that was absolutely crazy, right? But when I'm looking at that and I see that, I say, oh, another victim to the doorway. You know what I'm saying? But that's literally what I'd be thinking. Another victim to the doorway, because it is, right? That young person that you see there, okay, when a person is young, a child, even a teenager, they are a reflection of their environment, in short, okay? Whether it be family reflection or environmental reflection, cultural reflection. At that point, they haven't grown enough. Let's say some type of savant, okay? Some type of genius brought forth from the higher heavens, right? That brought, at 2 years old, they may be writing mathematical equations, but we're not talking about that person, okay? We're talking about the average person, okay? They are a reflection of their inner environment, family, household, direct outer environment, the block they live in, the little community they live in, and then the wider environment, which we call the cultural environment, influences and so on and so forth, okay? They are a direct response to that. So when you see a 7-year-old committing murder, okay, or these people, think about it again, remember we went back, we proved it, right? Showed you the research that the brain is not finally, we'll talk about it here in the article, but I'm going to show that in our Zoom call, that the brain is not finally developed until 24 to 28 years of age. So it's not even developed yet. Okay, so until you're talking about being 7 years old, 8 years old, committing murder, all this other crazy stuff, 10 years old, 16 years old, 17 years old, okay? You're seeing a direct response. So everybody you see like that in crime statistics, everyone you see like that is responding to the trauma that they have been, they received since they were young, right? So in these cases, they need to be, again, they need to see a clinician, okay? Metaphysicians are a bit, what I do would be a bit different, but they need to see a clinician, okay? The people going into the spiritual, new age communities and everything else, that could be for later, but they need to get their mind third dimensionally focused on what needs to happen, right? Consequences. There's a quote that says, a child that is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. My question is, that's what we see all around us, right? Okay, they weren't embraced. I could turn on the news right here, I can connect to the internet, and we're going to see the story after story after story coming down the feed of where we can say children burning down their villages because the community has rejected them. How can you reject the child? Oh yeah, the child may be abhorrent, but obviously we see how the brain develops, okay? Then that means that, okay, something happened, right? So let's correct that so that we can have our great musicians, our great scientists, our great teachers, our great tradesmen, these people who literally, because of their mind is open, okay, the doorway is not there, they're able to create situations and solutions that benefit all of us, okay? So, my question is, what will it burn down to feel warmth? Know what that leads to? An example is people doing more risky and extreme behavior, such as you see people on, for example, and this doesn't mean necessarily, because this goes even deeper metaphysically, okay? Because some people, their doorway, let's say, is either not there at all, meaning there's nothing there, no soul or anything, there's nothing there at all to be locked away, or their doorway has chains on it, locked away with ciphers that this is not ever happening, right? And so what those people do, you see examples of they jump off mountaintops, right? Something that's like nobody would do in their same out, but they're doing. Why are they doing that? They're doing it to feel anything. They need to feel something. So one could be locked away. Look at this. One could be locked away to the point you just feel a numbness for the rest of your life. That's it. You feel literally a numbness inside, and then it will lead to this kind of behavior. We see YouTube on YouTube. You see people jumping off of airplanes, right? And while everybody else open their parachute, they just going. They're just going. They go until if they don't open it up right now, they're going to smash against the ground. Then they open up the last minute. Just go, oh, yeah, I did it, whatever, just to feel something. You know, so just a little bit, just a little spark of a match. They need to feel it, okay?
In the chat room here, Ancient said Killmonger. That's a really good example. Black Panther series. Okay, that's a good example to see that kind of, if you don't embrace the child would, pretty much destroy the village. That kind of personifies that. So good one there, Ancient.
Okay, one moment here. Okay, so now, first up here, right, we got into, are there signs to look out for, okay? But now we get into the consequences of those age ranges, okay? So what are the consequences for allowing this trauma to happen and not be corrected? Developmental delays. Untreated trauma can impact a child's cognitive, emotional, and physical development, leading to potential delays in critical milestones. Attachment issues. A child may have difficulty forming healthy attachments with caregivers and others, which can affect their future relationships. Learning difficulties. The child may struggle academically, impacting their success in school and potentially their future career opportunities. Okay, that's age 0 to 7. 8 to 15. So it's already known their life is pretty much over at this point. You understand what I'm saying? If it's not corrected. So it's already known. But now let's get into what happens if it's still not corrected by that time. So 8 to 15. Poor academic performance. Ongoing trauma symptoms can contribute to difficult.
So, as you heard me say there, right? This has been well studied for over 100 plus years. Now, I have books going back 300-400 years that aspects of this were known, okay? So the way the mind works is known. Okay, so don't let anyone tell you that now that person in front of you might not know, but the structure itself most certainly knows. That's why it does the complete opposite, to destroy the mind, destroy the potential. That's really what it's destroying, the potential of communities, the potential of peoples, okay? So don't ever let the draconians or the archons, with their wizardry, try to convince you that it's just some type of happenstance. So they know that if certain things take place, as you've seen there, the consequences between 0 and 7, if certain things take place, they know for a fact that more than likely all of these people's potential has been decreased or will be non-existent at that point. Okay?
Concentrating, disruptive behavior, and ultimately a decline in academic performance, increased risk of mental health disorders. If left untreated, trauma can lead to the development of serious mental health disorders such as depression, anxiety, or post-traumatic stress disorder, which is PTSD. Risk of self-harm or suicide. There's an increase of risk of self-harm and suicidal ideation, which means they think about it, plot the process in their minds, which may eventually lead to attempts or actual attempts in children and adolescents who have experienced trauma and have not received treatment. Okay, when you see 11-year-olds talking about they want to kill themselves, you see 5-year-olds talking about that, that means something's off, something's wrong. Okay, it's up to those who are in that line of work to go above and beyond to help the situation. Otherwise, if you have children, even if your children are normal and perfectly fine, no doorways, they're going to deal with 99% of people around them with doorways. It's not going to end well. Okay. Okay.
So you heard that, right? Your child, let's say you listen to this presentation, you end up having a child, you do everything, grew up in a 2-parent household, and the extended family is around. Grandmas, grandpas, everybody's around, okay? And none of those people have doorways, okay? Uncles, aunts, cousins, nobody has doorways, okay? So they're growing up as pure as can be. You didn't let them, at least that generation, get the draconian syrups, right? Injected within them, right? Okay, cool. All that's cool. Excellent, okay? But guess what? Hopefully your family structure is doing good enough where you can also help the community, at least in some form. Because if you don't, right, even though, let's say there's 100 children around you and then your child, one of that 100, so this one child is as good as we are able to do in these times, but the other 99 around them all got doorways, all dealing with some type of trauma, especially the physical, the mental, and even more so the sexual one, which is one of the most powerful ways to create doorways in a young person, okay? And so they're dealing with all these children with that going on. This is not going to be a good time in, dealing with those types of people, since those will be the majority of people in life they're going to be dealing with. So they need to be, not only do you need to equip them with good sense internally, hopefully they were born with it. If you didn't, again, if the syrups, no trauma, they should have it. But you need to actually train them like in a class like this, so they could recognize certain behaviors in even their mates. So if it's a girl, she can recognize, even though she may be really attracted to this guy, and even though this guy may actually be, let's say, her soulmate, but it can't be in this life because the way that this guy was brought up, he has massive doorways, or vice versa. Okay, as a guy, you brought up your son, let's say, well balanced, excellent, but then they need to see material like this so that if a woman comes to them that has all these type of doorways installed, they could avoid that like the plague. Okay,
to be stress, unneeded stress throughout that person's life, dealing with people who are spazzing out. You know what I'm saying? So ages 16 to 21, increased risk of substance abuse. Individuals in this age group who have experienced trauma may turn to drugs or alcohol as a form of self-medication. See, that's them in a way. That's a good and bad thing, right? Something is clicking in them enough to feel that they need help, okay? But of course, those things that are laid out, because remember, all this stuff is known, right? Yes, we get a little bit of metaphysical views of things and everything else, but overall, this is known. So they know they're setting up a massive amount of people for destruction, right? So they know at a certain age range, you may tap into where you need some help. Cool. Why don't you try this cracker guy? You know what I'm saying? Why don't you smoke this weed? You know what I'm saying? It's cool. Is this a joint? It's not going to hurt you. You know what I'm saying? Now, people think let's get into that just very, very slightly. Okay, so think about it, right? Okay, so back in the 90s, 80s, stuff like that, a lot of the marijuana came from the southern border, okay? They were growing marijuana with tons of neurotoxic chemicals on it. These are facts, okay? So those here, most people here, grew up in the 90s, you may smoke a tweed or two, right? And I'm not going to say anything. So just think about it, right? If you smoked weed in the early 80s, 90s, early 2000s, more than likely it came from Mexico. And if it did, it was grown with all. They're trying to get these are cartel growers. They're trying to get this product out as quickly as possible. How do you do that? Just like any other GMO food, anything else that we eat, apples, everything else, right? You put tons of fertilizer and stuff on it to get it up as quickly as possible. Are they going through the proper drying process to at least try to remove most of that? They don't care about none of that. They just care about getting the product out, right? You take that, you smoke it, okay? That's going not only into your lungs, but now into your brain, okay? So now these neurotoxic chemicals are hitting your brain. It'll make you crazy over time, okay? Lots of people that I've known growing up who smoke weed, tons of people, there was no schizophrenia in their family, okay? But yet, they became schizophrenic, okay? Or there may have been some type of schizophrenic, which is that's another story, that type of mental disorder in their family, But it didn't happen to mom or they happened to dad until 50 years old. It happened to them at 15 years old, just because they were smoking so much. Okay? Be aware. Okay, also, we could go, this is deep with that. You know what I'm saying? You want to keep this short. You want to try to be as pure as possible as for as long as possible, right? So, increased risk of substance abuse. Again, they will seek out drugs like alcohol as a form of self-medication. Easy access to all forms of intoxication, including marijuana. Increase the likelihood of lifelong dysfunctional behavior. Risk of interpersonal and relationship problems. Untreated trauma can affect a person's ability to form and maintain healthy relationships, which can lead to further isolation. Increased risk of physical health issues. Chronic stress associated with untreated trauma can lead to long-term physical health problems, including cardiovascular disease, gastrointestinal problems. Hopefully no one here is dealing with any intestinal problems, but maybe due to a doorway and trauma. Okay? Cardiovascular issues, chronic pain, where there shouldn't be any pain. Okay? Impaired occupational functioning, which is difficulty in maintaining focus, forming relationships, and managing stress can lead to issues in the workplace. Oh, okay, let's go back here. Okay. So we all talked about.
I want you all to really understand that one. Okay. Literal trauma that did not happen to a person physically. So they were not, let's say, physically touched, but they do have a doorway. Okay. Let me also say this. Wait, let me say this before. Trauma does not necessarily equal a doorway. A doorway does not necessarily equal the types of trauma that, again, are like sexual and stuff like that and everything else. Okay. So just recognize that, again, not all trauma creates a doorway. And not all doorway is from the types of trauma that deal with physical abuse. All right. So now, in saying that, in those traumas that dealt with physical abuse, but even those that did not, a person would suffer from issues, again, like gastrointestinal issues, right? And other types of bodily issues, heart disease, from trauma. From a doorway being installed that had nothing to do with something that could actually, like, for example, this person wasn't given drugs that affect the heart, that cause the heart to have issues. Okay? Nothing like that whatsoever. Just the aspect that this person got that download. They got the trauma download. Later in life, now they get heart disease. What? Isn't it interesting? Look at the leading causes of death. Okay, literally the leading causes of death. Some of those things are brought about because of what people are eating, yes. But the leading causes of death, coincidentally, are many of those issues that come from different types of trauma. What?
That already. So all is known. The causes of the sociological issues that many communities are suffering from is very well known. It has been well known for over 100 years, at least, if not longer, and yet in mass, the corrective measures are ever more defunded, and we see what seems to be an orchestrated effort to ignore the trauma apparatus being implemented within the educational, medical, religious, and other societal institutions. As you have learned, if it is ignored, it will lead to society filled with unstable people. Look at the word around us, right? Unstable people, right? Who are highly agitated, likely to be on some form of intoxication, who constantly engage in risky behavior, who begin to repeat this, right? I'm going to read this again, right? I want you to truly understand this, right? As you have learned, if it is ignored, it will lead to a society filled with unstable people who are highly agitated, likely to be on some form of intoxication, whom constantly engage in risky behavior, who begin to disassociate on a regular basis, prison, homelessness, or just becoming a vessel walking aimlessly, which the soul has departed long ago. Does it sound familiar? Do we not see this on a daily basis all across the Western world? But in other places in the world happen as well, but focus on the Western world here. But it's okay, as we are now going to explore further, which may lead to lifelong healing for all of us. This is also the reason that many entities will say people can't change. Okay, you ever heard people can't change? This is where it's stemming from, right? We get into why. This is also the reason that many entities will say people can't change or will physically act in ways such as bewilderment or surprise when a person does change. Because the program this person was under, it could have been you, family member, again, a person you see in society, a child that you teach up at school, whatever. Okay, the program that they were under was supposed to make it impossible for them to do that, for them to change. Okay, they 100% know what crystallized thought forms are being projected. So again, by the science, I showed you the science. They've been experimenting for a long time.
Okay, so I just want to make sure it's understood what I'm saying there, right? That just as it's proven here, right, that it's known that certain issues cause, again, like certain prefrontal cortex degradation and so forth, right? These things are known, okay, all very much well known. But also, they know that if a very specific trauma happens, what it will specifically lead to in that person's life as well. Okay, which we talked about here a few times now, right? All is known. That's why I will say it, all is known. Okay, these things are known.
Exactly what will happen to big groups of people, okay, collectively and even individually. They know they put out this type of thought form, they know what's going to lead you to. Okay, so because that happened, they know now.
Okay, so that's what I want to say about that is that they know based on even the crystallized thought form. So think of like thought forms that take shape. Okay, they have different shapes. Some of them are beautiful. Some of them are ugly. Okay, some of them are stronger. Some of them are more bendable. Okay, some of them, some of them have a really nice tapestry. Okay, that when this tapestry, when someone hears this tapestry, it goes within themselves and it creates a beautiful tapestry within them, while others create, again, degradation, is ugly. Okay, so they know that when certain thought forms are put out, they know what it's actually doing to the consciousness. This is weaponized words. Okay, weaponized actions. Okay, weaponized music. Okay, so be careful to the music you listen to. Be careful to the music you listen to. Be careful to what you eat. Weaponized food. Okay. Be careful to, again, to those people that you listen to, even like on YouTube and stuff like that. Right. We like to be entertained. Right. We watch movies and things of this nature. Just be very cautious of what your vortex. Okay. What you are able to withstand. Because once it goes past the point of you being able to withstand the type of thought form you're being bombarded with, that's when it starts to destroy you in some form.
Can't change. Again, these are thought forms. Of course, people could change, but they figure, which we'll get to here. Again, they 100% know what crystallized thought forms are being projected. And you were supposed to be forever in tune behind the doorway because they created the doorway. They know, again, they are experts at creating doorways, right? They locked you behind the doorway. You're supposed to be in tune, like a tut behind this doorway, okay? This program in some instances can be called a demon or spirit, okay? So let's change the wording that I used before. And instead of saying program, we're going to say the so-called demon named Asmodeus. Also, the Joker you see in Batman could be a demon as well, right? So you can say the Joker. People are familiar with Batman. Cool. Okay? We use the Joker instead of using Asmodeus. Okay? You can't change. This is all you're going to be. Because you got the Joker in you. You have the doorway that the Joker binded you to. Okay? Or whatever demon. If you're in the Christian faith, Islam faith, whatever, if you're New Age, whatever demon you can think about, this can be really, see the doorway, the psychological aspects, we're talking about a doorway, is really just the 3D aspect of this. Okay? The third dimensional aspect. We go deeper than that though, right? Really, we almost are talking about a spirit or something. Okay? A demon of some sort, right? And so this demon or spirit has locked people behind a doorway, locking them away from their true self. And because of that, they feel that you would never get out of that. Okay, you always, that demon behind that doorway just loves fornication. It loves fleeing from responsibility. Okay, it loves always fighting people just because someone says something different than what they think in their head, and so on and so forth. Okay.
In his case, right, he's a videographer. So he said he was doing it for 7 years, right? So far, 4 years.
Yes, sir.
Okay, 4 years. Okay. And even though, let's say, he's the best he can be at 4 years, right? Still, there are certain techniques that he wouldn't even think to do until maybe he's 15 years in. Y'all dig what I'm saying? It's crazy. Not because he's smart, he's on it hard. 15 years from now, he'll think of a technique that may change the industry, something like that, or that other people have also came across, but again, years down the road, right? So in his case, I mentioned like, hey, even if it costs you some change, it's worthwhile to find someone who teaches in that style that you like. He said he's more hands-on learner, right? So find, let's say, a videographer who's been doing it for 20, 30 years. I mean, who's really good at it, though, who's pushing the limits, right? Who does allow that teaching hands-on, right? Pay whatever they feel. You know, you learn, don't complain about it. What's going to happen is this. If he is able to learn it in his style with that person who's 30 years ahead of him, who's been on it, and also the techniques they do it, and they're showing him hands-on how to do these techniques, guess what? Now he's 30 years ahead. You know what I'm saying? Now he doesn't have to wait until he learns it himself. Even if, let's say, we can go to the future, and we know 100% he's going to learn those same techniques at the same time that other person does, right? But now he doesn't have to wait 30 years to do it. Okay, now he can sit down there with them, or her, learn those techniques and being at 4 years in the industry, and now he's 30 years ahead. Now he's 34 years ahead. And say, okay, now he can at 30 years from now that he's already 34 years ahead, 15 years later, 30 years later, he's doing things now that only happen with that type of years of experience. You dig what I'm saying? So that same application can be put forth for all of you all. Okay, no matter what you are. You are a writer.
Okay, just for those who may be having a little trouble following at this person that cuts in at a certain point. Okay, so this goes back to, remember about an hour and a half ago, talked about the different styles of learning, right? So let's say if you want to expedite your learning. Now, this is not the Medicinal has many, many different learning techniques that are not in the public at all. So to amass mass amounts of information in your head, because remember, your mind is most definitely it's powerful if it's tuned to do certain things whatever way you want them to do. Okay, so here's a way to learn quicker and to be able to retain that information for longer. Again, the different styles of learning that we talked about previously, right? Let's say that you are specifically, like in this, what I was answering here was the videographer who was videoing our, taking the footage of our event, that he asked me a question on the side, and it was about him being able to learn quicker. And I said, well, first, you have to truly pinpoint what ways you prefer to learn. It may be more than one way. It might not just be hands-on. It may be hands-on with a combination of listening, or hands-on with a combination of reading in a book. It may be all three of those, okay? So there are many styles of learning. So first, pinpoint what your style of learning is. Once you know that for a fact, then from that point, find an instructor that teaches what you're trying to learn. Hopefully there is one that can teach in the way that you are trying to learn. And then what will end up happening is that you will end up learning that material much quicker because you're learning in the style that coincides with your being. So when, for example, if you take people who are hands-on people, now if you give them a hands-on project, they can create, let's say, buildings that will defy logic. Okay? So buildings that literally go against even supposedly the laws of this space that we're in. They will be able to create these buildings, okay, almost effortlessly, because they learned and were able to grow within their style of learning. But if you take that same person who is an absolute genius in that respect, and you put them into an arena where they have to learn by sitting down at a desk and just reading a book, They may actually be an F student. You totally took away their genius. Now, some people do better just sitting down and reading a book. But I find that majority of people, no matter what race they are or anything like that, except the clones are different, okay? But we're not talking about the clones, okay? The different races of people, many of them learn with a combination of hands-on with some other aspect, whether it be listening, whether it be reading, whether it be writing, okay, in the other aspects there, right? But it has to be hands-on is mandatory, okay? Also, if you really want to get ahead of what you do, don't be afraid to pay for that education. So first off, okay, so I'm not going to get too much into the Dracons and Archons and one aspect anymore, but so for example, the example that I used for the videographer was that he wants to get deeper into what he does. And so I said, well, find someone who's been doing it for decades, okay? Because there are certain things, no matter what you are doing in life, there's certain things that you're not going to learn until you get to a certain point of doing it, no matter what. No matter if you are a genius at whatever you do, okay? So I'm going to take, we're not going to put anybody on the spot here. So whatever you do, you may be an absolute genius at it, but there's certain things that you're not going to even discover until, let's say, for example, 15 years in or 25 years in. No matter what, no matter how fast you move, there's a certain epiphanies you're not going to have until that period of time that you've been putting in that work doing this particular researching or playing this instrument and so on and so forth. So if you were to study under someone or hire someone has a class, and I don't care if the class is $4,000, let's just say, a real class taught by a real person, not a scammer, of course, okay? And you were to, or somebody who's just doing a money grab, right? That's the new age thing. They actually say money grab. Everything's a money grab, right? Okay, like people should not be paid for their time, though, right? So in this third dimensional system, the way it's set up. So let's say that this person who is an expert in something that you are doing, and you know for a fact this person knows they have the sauce, right? And they've been doing it for 40 years. You only been in it for 5 years. That means that if you are able to come up with that $4,000 to pay this person that you know for a fact is a person of that caliber, right? You will be getting 40 years of something that you wouldn't even know to even do until 40 years later. You're getting that knowledge at 5 years in. That means that puts you 40 years ahead, approximately. You get what I'm saying? That is one definite way to do that. Okay? But don't come with bias. What do I mean by coming with bias? Okay? There are people on both sides of the aisle, the so-called white, the so-called black, where you got people who have never been necessarily hurt directly by, let's say, on a black side, who never been necessarily hurt by a white person, right? Who somehow have this major issue with white people, but they have never had an issue at all, right? Now, some can say, well, it could be they people have an issue though, whatever, but they have not had an issue, right? And they don't mind learning stuff from someone, but they will not learn from that person because they have a different concentration of pigment. Where the same thing on the other side, you have white people who literally, I've been in rooms where this person was very excited let's say, so-called white person, right, was excited to learn from someone. But just because they found out that the presenter was of a different race that maybe family doesn't like or whatever, or collectively there's an issue with from their side, they won't listen to that person, even though they was just excited to learn the information before they knew the pigment of their skin. That's foolishness. And that type of scenario is created by design. On both sides, you have agents, archons and dracons, on both sides, that work in tandem. They work hand in hand. Some of them really do believe what they believe, though. Okay, some of them really do. But most of them, I would say, on both sides, are working in tandem with the other side to purposely cause that conflict to create loosh or energy for the archons to suck up from the middle. Okay? So I would say, also, let me say it this way as well. What does bias do? Bias makes it so that you necessarily do not get help from people who would help you. What if literally you are in a situation and the help that you literally need comes from someone who looks different than you? Are you not going to accept that help? I mean, and this is the help you actually do need, and we'll give you the help, right? No funny stuff. Are you not going to get the help because this person looks different from you? What kind of foolishness is that? And the same thing vice versa. Are you not going to help someone because they look different from you, who truly needs the help, and you truly have the skill set to help? With no funny stuff. Are you not going to help them just because they look different than you? Again, we have to elevate and move past these draconic and archonic concepts. When those type of things, when we're able to grow above that, that's when we may see flying cars again. Okay, that's when we may see walking automatons, which are machines, right? Machines that can somehow talk, can somehow do what we ask them to do. But when you open up the chest cavity, it's just nuts and bolts. How is that possible? Okay, those types of mind-blowing creations will only come about when people get past these biases and so forth. Because a bias, think about it, the left, right, the black, white, all those things are division, right? So think about your brain, right? Do you just want to use your right brain, or you just want to use your left brain? You say, well, that's a little strange. I want to use my whole brain. Well, then you have to use everything, okay? You have to be open to the concepts that come forth from both hemispheres of your brain, okay? It doesn't mean you accept everything, though, but you still have discernment. But, you know, I'm sure you all get what I'm saying, so I'm going to continue on here.
You know, singer, it doesn't matter what you do, okay? In your style of learning, once you really know your style of learning is, or a combination of those styles, okay? So you could learn in a combination of ways. And if you really want to get ahead and be ahead of the curve in your industry, whatever that may be, okay, it could be farming, okay, whatever it is, right? Find those people who are doing it. Find that person who's able to teach you in the style that you need to. Hopefully they have a class of some sort. Pay them whatever they ask, you know what I'm saying? Because you want to get people what they worth. So they say, okay, well, especially if they're eager to teach you, and they say, oh, well, it's going to be $2,000, okay, but I'm going to teach you everything you need to learn. And obviously you saw the person. They are trustworthy, as far as they have the expertise you want. Just pay them their money, okay? And guess what, then? Okay? They're going to teach you things. You're like, man, you know, go there with your notepad, go there ready to learn, and you'll be ahead of the curve, and who knows what you'll bring forth that would, because, of course, we are in a materialistic world that deals with finance, right? You're able to then do things that then people will be like, seeking you out, and money won't be an issue at all, okay? So that's just an FYI, so appreciate that. So Yolanda had, during the course of our conversation here, Yolanda actually had a personal story that actually relates that she personally has seen. So go ahead, Yolanda.
So I was telling Tony when he was talking about when, I guess, you come into certain truths and you decide you just want to tell everybody.
There you are, Yolanda. We see you.
Because you're so excited. And he mentioned how, it's not really good to really do that. And so I told him about a friend of mine who, he's actually, used to be a Christian minister. He's no longer into Christianity. So he had someone that was going to his place of, I guess you could call it, I don't know what you call it, gathering. We'll say place of gathering, right? And the person had been a Christian, and so they decided to, get with what they were doing. And because the person no longer was under fear of God going to do something to him, he got back to his old ways and he started killing people. And I think this guy is in St. Louis. I think it happened in St. Louis. But anyway, so my friend said that's why when it comes to sharing about his transformation, leaving Christianity, going to, no Christianity, he doesn't try to push it on people, because some people, that's like you said, that safety net that keeps them in check, because that person was fearful of God, because if anybody grew up in Christianity, I did, you know how they beat us in the head. No offense to anybody that follows Christianity, I'm sorry. But he was saying, it's just really important to just be mindful of that. to it, don't push it. And so that's what I was telling Tom.
The better thing to do, in my opinion, anyway, from years of experience, talking to you all, collecting all this data, right, is that if the moment presents itself, just leave a seed. You know, and not try to be all, you know, prophetic or anything like that. And say, hey, you know, you may want to look into, this may look into a better, or this may be a better avenue for you to look into for this reason. Okay, just don't leave them. It's a better avenue because, again, that's what people tend to do, and it leaves it open-ended. But better avenue for what? You know what I'm saying? But better avenue for this reason, whatever, and, you know, hope it works out for you, right? And moving past that, then it's there. You know what I'm saying? They got that, right? And they still may make knucklehead decisions, but then maybe here 10 years from then, they think back. And there's still people who said things to me growing up here and there that I still remember to this day. You know what I'm saying? They said, and I'm glad that happened. A personal experience, right? So how old was I? Like 18 years old. You know, grew up in Chicago, so urban youth, right? And there's a place in Chicago on the south side called Soul Vegetarian, okay? So Soul Vegetarian, right? And back then, they used to have a certain type of, you know, people Israelites, right? And these brothers weren't the type of wear the armor and all that stuff, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, they were very cool, mellow people, right? And so one day I came in there, but even though I was smart, I mean, I was into computers, good time and everything, you wouldn't be able to notice that though by looking at me because, you know, I had earrings in my ear, I had long hair at the time, very long hair down to my back. So braids in, you know, I looked like an urban youth. You know what I'm saying? And so even though you were just a good vibes cover, because you wouldn't know, but still I looked like the program. Okay? So I walked up to order some food and I was confused because first time I've ever been there, right? So I looked at the menu and I'm like, So these two brothers, older brothers, probably around 40 years old at the time, they looked at me. Well, one of them looked at me. He looked at the other one. Instead of coming at me directly, okay, and saying, hey, man, that's not the look or something like that, right? He looked at the brother. He looked, he was like, hey, you know what, brother? He was like, yeah, what's up? He was like, when I walk into a place, you see me. Okay? I can't remember word for word what he said, you know what I'm saying? But he's pretty much saying you don't see the program. You know what I'm saying? You see me. I've got all this jewelry on. That's why I'm only like you. I have had all that stuff into all of that. You know what I'm saying? And he was pretty much saying that you don't see the facade. You don't see the program. What you see is me. Okay? And everywhere I go, who I am, so forth. And I look, right? And even then, something with that kind of rang in me. I was like, right? And remember, this is over, at this point, this is like 22 years ago. Okay? And so for me, anyway, that's all. It was very short. A minute long. That's it, right? And they're not looking at me at all. They're doing it to each other as like a play, a theater, right? And I'm sitting there, it's like everybody in the restaurant was busting, right? And it's like everybody slowed down, time slowed, it's all right. right. So I'm sitting there watching this play go in front of me. I'm like, that was strange, right? And so anyhow, sometimes that's all. There's different approaches to achieving something, right? And in that moment, even though small compared to other moments in my life, still it was enough to make me reevaluate the program. Now, I was still in the program for another 4, 5, 6 years, right? But it's slowly elements of it were just hard that I felt was no need to. You dig what I'm saying? Okay. So, because remember, let me also say this. So, especially when it comes to, remember, you're battling a program that may be at least 100 or thousands of years old to control the mind, right? So if you're battling a program, you just want to be as effective as possible in that. Okay, you want to make sure you're aware of that. So let's continue on. All right. So why do people search out plant medicines? There are many reasons why a person may want to consume fungus, parasitic life forms, or phages. Now I said it like this for a reason, which you will learn shortly. There are a host of these medicines available across the realm, and they are not the same. Also, the reason why a medicine man or woman may deploy one over the other differs greatly. And I'm a bit more strict in my deployment or my suggestions of these plant medicines, but versus others. But part of this is because of the many people I spoke to over the years who specifically wanted to do this and have. I would say that more than 75% of them ended up in a worse position than if they didn't do it at all. If you notice, all on social media the last 15 years, 20 years or so, everybody just wants to, say you should do mushrooms or something else. And there's a reason for that. We're going to get into it. Okay? They were better off seeing a clinician first. Okay?
Okay, so a lot of these people who want to go seek this, they're probably better off finding a therapist and going that route first before they go this route. Okay, to work out what is going on within their minds, and only then, depending upon the results of that, should one proceed forward. Many are using these plant medicines as just another way to escape from reality, flee, right? 4 F's, flee, okay? Which is why those from the great houses of healers are becoming ever more concerned. So some of the reasons are spiritual exploration. Some people seek out plant medicine for its perceived ability to foster deep spiritual insights and personal revelations. Participants may report experiences of communicating with higher powers or gaining a greater understanding of the universe. Psychological healing. Some individuals turn to plant medicines as a form of alternative therapy for mental health conditions like depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder. It is believed by some that the introspective experiences facilitated by plant medicines such as ayahuasca can help people confront and address their emotional and psychological traumas. Personal growth. The intense self-reflection induced by many plant medicines can lead to greater self-awareness and understanding, which can promote personal growth and development. Just so you know, we're adding here, I'm not promoting this at all. Okay? I'm not promoting that you take plant medicine. This is just to give you the overview of what people are doing, why they are doing it, and potential reasons why some of you may do it, but I'm not necessarily promoting this. Physical healing. While not scientifically substantiated, some people believe that these medicines can help with certain physical ailments due to its purgative properties, which are thought to cleanse the body of toxins. Community and connection. Many ceremonies, such as those of ayahuasca, often occur in a group setting, fostering a sense of community and connection among participants. This shared experience can lead to profound feelings of unity and empathy. Cultural experience. Some travel far and wide to participate in ceremonies, ingesting extremely strong mind-altering substances just out of curiosity or a desire to experience indigenous spiritual practices firsthand. Okay, so what you're seeing there is the medicine woman. She's praying over the herbs that's going to be utilized for the journey of ayahuasca. There's people here who have went to Peru and other places to be a part of certain ceremonies, but that's what she's doing. See, with ayahuasca, what's happening is that even though the medicine woman may put in the potential, put in the suggestions to the plant itself is what is doing the journey versus other doorway removing techniques, which we're going to get into at least one here. So that's she's praying over the medicine, and this one here, this next one is, for example, how it would look like in a group setting. Okay, so you see there. People will all be lined up, okay, or all pretty much all together in some kind of hut, something like that, retreat. They'll all be given the medicine. Typically, the shamans or a medicine man or medicine woman would be praying over the medicine, but they're pretty much there just to help you out for the most part. The medicine, again, is what is doing the work. They're there just to help facilitate the work as the medicine is doing it, okay? So, differences in ayahuasca and similar ceremonies versus a doorway journey. The main difference between an ayahuasca ceremony and one that deals with ayahuasca ceremony, one that deals with the removal of a doorway is ayahuasca, you are typically in a group setting. But even alone, the plant is doing the work, and the medicine man or woman
is the catalyst for you to get access to this healing method. On the other hand, from the sacred ceremonies and rituals that are specific to the doorway, the journey is typically a small group of medicine men and women. So typically, it can be a large group of people. It could be many people here in this room, and it could be a number of medicine men and medicine women, but the number of people typically outnumber the medicine men and medicine women. Okay, typically in a doorway removing ceremonial ritual, whatever, it may be typically, let's say it's myself, for example. It may be a clinician, another person who's also a medicine man or medicine woman, and we are there just for that person. You get what I'm saying? It's all for, because a lot of times, typically it's even preparation, maybe a year before in preparation of the person went to a clinician. Okay, the clinician has even diagnosed them with what the issues they may have. They have worked through certain issues, and this is something that they really want to do or need to do. They feel they need to do anyway. And from that point, many consultations happen and everything else to know what their fears are and so on and so forth. Because the doorways, this is the thing. One may think they know the reason why a doorway is created. They may have an inkling to it. And a clinician may be able to find out. Okay? Maybe not. I may be able to find out what it is. Maybe not. Okay? But so, as much information, like an investigator, right? Trying to get as much information as possible before the act actually happens, right? So get as much information as possible, and then from that point, we are prepared for that person. So give you an example of what would happen, right? So some years ago, I only do something too long. So some years ago, the issue they had, their comfort, if they reached trauma, was a pet dog. Okay, so in that case, we had a dog there. So when this person was reaching, because even though we're helping the person get to the doorway, remember they are living out the trauma again. It's almost like they are 100% there. It's not just like they think about the trauma in their head and they're kind of going in and out of it. No, they are 100% there, reliving this trauma. And for brief moments, they come out and realize they're actually not. And then they go back in and they have no control over this. Okay? So as they're in their conscious mind, trying to stay focused, which is practically impossible, but highly improbable, but it happens. Trying to stay focused as they reach the doorway, because they need to reach the doorway and see what has caused the blackness. They don't know what happened, okay? And then from that point, go further steps to get past what's there, okay? And again, it's like we're living it, over and over and over again, right? So sometimes they need help. In this case, it was a dog. They had the dog. They could hold on to the dog. Dogs, we know how dogs are. Dogs are animals like dogs. Trees. Dogs, trees. I think this is one. Dogs, trees. I don't think of it. But dogs and trees are both electron-producing energies. Okay, that's why many of you have dogs or have been around dogs. Some other animals too, but typically dogs. When they love to, they're happy. They love to serve, right? And you hug them, they want to be all around you, and you feel good, kind of thing, right? Same thing with trees. Those who, it's not just about hugging a tree, it's about leaning your back against the tree. Okay, feet on the ground, shoes and socks off, feet on the ground. These long trees produce electrons, right? And they help feed the body. So if you want better health, heart will lead to better health.
Now you got that. So go sit by a tree.
Is having a pet like a dog. Other pets can do it too, but dogs specifically. And when you have time, leaning against trees, okay? Literally your back against the tree, your feet planted firmly on the ground, like you could be sitting down on the ground and just relaxing, okay? So the dog was the electron producing element that helped them cope as they are pretty much confronting, like literally here, right? Confronting the demon. And that's kind of almost like, that's why I picked this picture specifically, because it's almost like that, because this big demon that will do anything it can to prevent you from reaching what's behind it, which is the connection to source. Okay? This could take anywhere from 1 to 8 hours. And there is no guarantee, as we discussed previously, because of the insidious nature of the trauma. It infects not only the mind, but the body and spirit. Let's talk about ecosystems. An ecosystem is a dynamic network of organisms interacting with their environment within a specific area. This system, which includes both living, which is called biotic, okay, which includes plants, animals, fungi, microorganisms, and trees, and non-living, which is called abiotic, okay, which includes the sun, soil, water, and air components, facilitates energy flow and nutrient cycling. Ecosystems vary in size and maintain biodiversity for their stability and provide crucial services supporting human well-being. Let's talk about a hydroponics ecosystem. First, it is an artificial ecosystem. It consists of typically artificial elements that mimic the natural, such as water, which is abiotic, nutrient solution, which is biotic, lights, abiotic, air is abiotic, and the growing medium. Okay? Now let's talk about the body's ecosystem. The human body can indeed be compared to an ecosystem, hosting a multitude of microscopic organisms and maintaining a complex network of interactions among them and with the body itself. The biotic components of this human ecosystem are primarily the trillions of microorganisms collectively referred to as the human microbiota, residing in various parts of the body such as the skin, mouth, gut, and other openings. The abiotic components of the human ecosystem include various physical and chemical factors such as body temperature, pH levels, and the presence of various organic and inorganic substances, which includes nutrients, oxygen, water, hormones, waste products.
Tony, I didn't know you got a picture of my body.
Hey. And then you can see a fine specimen of what an ecosystem can be, right? Yeah. As ecosystems, one wants to be careful what they allow specifically within there. So you are overall a closed system, okay? You want to be very careful what you allow within that closed system. As you have just learned, the body is an ecosystem, overall a closed system where foreign entities only have a few ways that can invade, by what you eat, drink, what you breathe within, and allowed to be injected within you. And women have an additional way of entry, of course. There are also thought forms, what we listen to, which is of great concern. And if the thought forms are weaponized, which is most thought forms you see today, okay, a lot of the thought forms that are for public discourse are weaponized in some form. They infect the mind, and where the mind flows, the body goes. Be extremely cautious, as once it has entered, it is higher chance of system-wide infection. You all remember how Windows computers get the blue screen of death? Well, it's similar, but this blue screen is the doorway to your soul. This leads us to the next topic, okay? There's an unspoken war going on around us between fungi, parasites, and what is called phages, okay? So this is actually, breaking it down, because we see the outwardly aspects of what's happening around us, right? From one level, right? People getting agitated, all these things happening on a global scale, there's geopolitics, right? You see, countries fighting against each other, but it gets deeper than that, okay? And going down to some of the smaller levels.
Okay, so I want to mention here, so I'm glad I caught that and didn't go past that too much. Okay, so you learn about biotic and abiotic, right? So now you know what a antibiotic is. You see? Many people take these types of substances and don't know really what it is, okay? So you learn about what biotic is and abiotic, okay? Now you know why one would take a antibiotic, because pretty much it's anti your internal ecosystem. It's wiping it out. So it's wiping out all the, not only what has become overrun that's causing the issue, but it's also wiping out the good bacteria and other entities within your ecosystem that actually are needed. See, ideally, the moment you're born, you would drink breast milk from your mother, of course, not from animals. From that point, the mother is passing on the benefits from her, right? From that point, ideally, you're eating some type of ancestral diet that your people have been eating forever, okay? From that point is building up your internal reserves. As you go through life, you eventually become stronger and stronger and live much, 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 much longer. because you have this internal ecosystem that is, you can even say, is ancient in origin because it's from your origins, right? As one supposedly ages in the realm. And so it allows one to live a very long time. So again, would you support the Meta Center? We do all type of research, and I've done even my own research into this stuff for many, many, many years. Okay, and I have come across and know what steps to avoid to live a long life, what steps to do to live a very long life, and so on and so forth. Let me tell you something that's very interesting. There are, of course, people who are centennials, right? Those are people who are 100 years of age. It's something very interesting that the body does with those people. Now, from the outwardly appearance, the body, of course, seemingly is decaying, right? Typically, a lot of people are not living, and especially in the West, people aren't living to 100 years old on average anymore. What is very interesting, again, when it comes to those people who are 100 years old, their body begins to rejuvenate. So in this sense, we're talking about teeth, right? And it doesn't even make sense for the body to do that. If the body is actually decaying based on what people have been taught through the archonic and draconic systems, your body is decaying. Why would it take your reserves that you have to create new teeth? It's almost like by the design, the template that we come from, that it's known that if you're eating an ancestral diet, that by a certain point, your teeth will be wore down, right? We're talking about no cavities, nothing like that. Cavities, only things are new concepts, okay? So newer concepts, let's just say, okay? There were people who never would live their life and never had cavities or anything like that, okay? So at 100 years old, because your teeth are worn down, your body naturally creates a new set of teeth. When I found that out, I started doing some deeper research in there and found a person or two who was over 100 years old, and they allowed me to just kind of look at some things as a young person, right? Even though in one of those people, it was no evidence of that, okay? But another person they had some teeth growing, in certain areas. I said, that is absolutely amazing, right? Because that means that if the body's doing that, I mean, just even from the different accounts from myth, okay, even from these different books like the Bible and other books that are around that talk about people living for long periods of time, it's very, very interesting. Okay, that it does seem there's evidence to that. Again, we could believe things and we could be 100% on point with what we believe, right? And it's 100% true. But when especially in the time, I call this the time of the great skeptic, people who are skeptical of everything, even things could be shown to them, they're still skeptical, even though the proof could be shown to their face, right? Which even goes into other scriptures talking about, pretty much in short, let's say the one who is sent from the heavens, let's just say, could be in front of people and people wouldn't recognize it, right? So again, that's like almost saying that the truth could be put in front of people and they're not going to recognize it as truth at all, okay? So with that, this is very interesting because it does seem even scientifically, and even other scientists will say this, right? The way our bodies are deteriorating too quick, right? So I would say on average, we should be living, minimum 175. Okay, so let's think about it. Even right now, right, because there's a war against humanity, right? Especially when it comes to certain demographics, let's say even like so-called Black males, because of health, environmental factors, social economic factors, so on and so forth, living to like 65, right? 65 years old when you're supposed to live to 240.
Yes, come in. Ah, it's you, traveler. I am happy to see you. I can tell you have been on many adventures. Well, I must say your timing is impeccable.
as I have just finished another tool that will assist you in relaying information from the dimensions within. This newest tool for your endeavors is called the Traveler's Dream Journal. It has been created to provide scientific nuance to the elusive quantum dreaming state. Here, it has been created for you. Take it with you, and do not forget to write down upon awakening what secrets have been revealed. Many futures may depend on it.
It deals with fungi, parasites, and phages. There's an unspoken war happening around us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This war is between fungi, parasites, and phages. For those here who are old enough and have been paying attention to New Age alternative information spaces, about 15 or so years ago, as I mentioned, there's been an obsession with people talking about taking mushrooms, a fungus, and that you should take it too. Isn't that interesting? That's exactly what a fungus would say. You all get what I'm saying? Fungus wants to spread its spores, right? So the spores infect, right? And specifically, you think, especially, we're not talking about gourmet mushrooms. Those don't cross the blood-brain barrier, okay? We talk about psilocybin mushrooms, okay? Because they cross the blood-brain barrier, right? So pretty much in short, the spores are in your system, your ankle system. We brought them in, right? And now they infect your brain. And the first thing people want to do when they get their brain get infected is say, hey, you know what? Hey, brothers, sisters, y'all should do mushrooms too. You know, you're like, yeah, but why? It'll change your life. You know, you're like, oh, okay, right? Yeah, okay.
So you all heard that, right? Isn't it interesting, right? All over social media, you have all these people promoting drug use, which causes harm to your etheric body, causes harm to your internal vortex. It tweaks out your internal ecosystem, especially a lot of things. A lot of young people are impressionable, of course, because they don't even have strong figures around them at all. So they seek out, which is not, there's not anything wrong with them doing that, because that's what a person would do. If they don't have that, they're going to seek it out. So they're seeking out figures to look up to, and they're getting all these Dracon, Archon tainted entities that promote many of these activities, right? And so, which end up messing up their pathways and everything else. But just think about this, right? Isn't it interesting when we look at social media? I'm sure some of you have seen some of these YouTube videos and social media and everything else, where a person has just done ayahuasca or just done some type of mushroom-based experience, and the first thing they think about is telling you about it and how you should do it too. Yeah, you should. I just had this experience, you all. I'm microdosing every day. You know, I'm telling you, you should do it too, man. Right? And so, and as I mentioned here, isn't that something, a fungus? Isn't that something that if someone's mind was infected with something, isn't that one of the first things it wants to do is spread to a new host?
So, I mean, how many of y'all seen it? We're going to have you seen this on social media and everything else. Okay. So you all seen it in some form. I do this drug. You all should do it too. Why? It'll change your life. It'll make you better. You know, you're like, okay, all right. So, all right. Let me continue on. Yeah, we all want to be better, right? So let's take this fungi. Yeah, so let's see here. I bet if we were to do an autopsy and search their amygdala in brain tissue for microscopic spores or spore residue, we may find something out of those people who are obsessed with spreading the fungi religion. Many talk about parasitic entities a lot, but it's mainly in the spiritual sense, or if someone annoys them. But some of the very institutions around us are very parasitic in nature. They poison the water supply, they misdiagnose or underdiagnose so they can drain the person later in life financially and energetically. But guess what? These institutions are run by people. So the people themselves are the ones who okay these plans and partake in these acts, are parasitic themselves or controlled by them. I bet if we were to do an autopsy on some of these entities, we may find an abundance of parasites or a very specific parasite within them. But what are the fungi, parasites, and phages? Fungi. There are organisms including yeast, molds, mushrooms. They are heterotrophic, acquiring nutrients from organic sources, often through decomposition. Exists as unicellular yeast or multicellular molds in mushrooms, reproducing via spores. They decompose organic matter to release essential nutrients back into the environment and form mutualistic relationships with plants, assisting them in absorbing nutrients and water from the soil. Fungi thrive in warm, moist environments, including soil, decaying organic matter, and as symbiotes within plants, animals, and humans. Some species known as extremophiles can survive in severe conditions like high salt concentrations or extreme temperatures. Parasites. Parasites are organisms living in or on a host organism, from which they derive nutrients at the host's expense. Parasites have varied roles depending on their survival and reproductive strategies. Some cause diseases in humans, animals, and plants, while others may regulate population dynamics in ecosystems. Parasites depend on the habitat of their host organisms, ranging from aquatic to terrestrial environments or specific tissues within the host, such as the bloodstream or intestines. There are some parasites, like entities that, for example, if you consume it, it will give you something, but it's also going to take something from it, okay? So, for example, there are parasites on animals that stop them, as long as this parasite is attached, it will stop them from acquiring certain diseases, but again, you have a parasite attached to you, okay? And it's feeding off of you, okay? Phages. Phages, also known as viruses, okay? Infecting bacteria, composed of proteins that encapsulate DNA or RNA, genome, found wherever bacteria exists. Phages maintain microbial balance within various ecosystems by controlling bacterial populations and contribute to bacterial evolution through horizontal gene transfer, leading to increased bacterial diversity and adaptability. Okay, so in short, they help the organism adapt. Okay, found in diverse environments from oceans and soils to the human gut, their distribution aligns with the prevalence of their specific bacterial hosts. In my studies, the existence of these viruses, these phages, is becoming ever more suspect, as if they are not natural, but in the truest sense because they are a weapon of the last great war, and they now exist within us like a common code, which wasn't so common not so long ago. So what I mean by that, for example, is that there seems to be a war in the past between phages and fungi, okay? And this weapon may have been phages or viruses may have been something deployed to protect us from total infection. Okay, here it is. So I'll leave everyone with this. In the Matrix, the architect said that the Matrix we live in wasn't the first version. There were many others. Others that were more of a utopia, perfect. But the minds within it, which is the humans, right? The humans felt something was off and preferred the dystopia we see. The constant struggle and lackluster existences that most experience today. Many of you have been part of this journey with the Meta Center for years. And you've heard me say many times, if you want the reality to change, then it begins with a word. And these words in the form of higher thought forms, said to one another, especially from the women, could create the flow needed for the split to change into the new world. Leaving behind the pain and finally reconnecting with what was locked behind the doorway, which was you. So you all have heard me on many podcasts say, hey, if you want things to change, because certain energies pass through men, certain energies pass through women, right? So I say, hey, women, it would be a fantastic thing if you want things, if you're tired of this existence, if you want things to truly change, then spread positive thought forms, right? When you see people, wish them a wonderful day and blah, 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 right? And if that's done in mass, then you will see changes happening in our world that people supposedly want, right? But yet, the more that's why you don't hear me say certain things as much anymore, because the more I notice, I do look at the data. I'm tracking everything, right? And so the more I said certain things positive, it's almost like they almost gave like a playbook for people to do the opposite. You get what I'm saying? So I said, no, what? I'm not going to say anything at all concerning that, just to see what happens, right? So meaning that here, what the architect is saying here is that there were many versions of the Matrix. They had created one that was perfect, the utopia that everybody would enjoy. But the dystopic minds, the doorway in people's heads, would not allow that perfection to exist. Okay, and so the matrix broke down. So he had to create one that had the duality, it had the good, it had the bad, it had the dystopia. And that's the one that was the most successful. Okay, so I'm going to play it in its entirety now.
Okay, so I'm going to give you the opportunity to unmute your mic if you choose to. If there's anything that you want to type it out on the screen. All right, so you can unmute yourself if you choose to. Yeah, so the last thing there that Ed has said, he was mentioning about, it's self, right? What's behind the doorway? It's your true self. So when you were born, just to give you an example here, when all of us are born, at least if you don't come from a species that automatically has doorways for whatever reason, then it's you. This is a pure child, right? And then from that point, the expressions and things of this nature that's supposed to come forth from that child will eventually take place, right? But typically between the years of 0 and 7, a doorway is installed. In that doorway, a few things end up happening when that doorway is installed. One, it either stops or it limits who that child was supposed to be. Okay, either stops or it limits. Okay, if it stops, they end up becoming another type of entity that, who knows, it could potentially be in alignment with who they were, but more than likely it's not. More than likely this entity is someone totally different. Okay, or number 2, it limits their expression, where this person could have been, let's say, a child who was very expressive. Like we got into actually some of the consequences, right? We got into all these details. So let's say, for example, one of the symptoms is, for example, a child becoming shy, okay, becoming closed in. But that child, just a few months ago, from the time when they were born until, let's say, they turned to 5, they were extremely expressive. They were very extroverted. And then all of a sudden, they became extremely introverted, shy, and cut off. Obviously, something happened. Okay. And that has now put a limiter, like a governor in a car, has put a limiter on their consciousness. Okay. So, as mentioned previously, research suggests that the human brain does not reach full maturity until around the mid-20s to early 30s. The prefrontal cortex, the region responsible for decision-making, judgment, and self-control, is one of the last areas to mature. This fact is reflected in the following studies. So before I get to the studies, let me repeat my notes here. Again, which we learned this earlier, but I do know it's a lot of information. The prefrontal cortex, the region responsible for decision-making, judgment, and self-control. Look at the world around us, you all. Look at the actions of many of the young people, especially in certain demographics. You see lack of decision-making ability, judgment issues, self-control issues. That means that they have many damaged areas, but one of the areas that is damaged is the prefrontal cortex. Here are some studies here. Some of these deal, again, these are just the studies here I don't have on the screen here, but dynamic mapping of human development during childhood through early adulthood. Another one is the maturation of the adolescent brain. In vivo evidence for post-adolescent brain maturity in frontal and striatal regions. All right, so let me see something here. All right, you all should see it there. Okay, the teen brain, 7 things to know. Adolescence is an important time for brain development. Although the brain stops growing in size by early adolescence, the teen years are all about fine-tuning how the brain works. The brain finishes developing and maturing in the mid to late 20s. The part of the brain behind the forehead called the prefrontal cortex is one of the last parts to mature. This area is responsible for skills like planning, prioritizing, and making good decisions. Okay, and this is brought to you by the National Institute of Mental Health. So again, these things are very much well known. There's also, again, chemicals in the water that specifically, you can say, distort or retard the prefrontal cortex. Brain development is related to social experiences during adolescence. Changes to the areas of the brain responsible for social processes can lead teens to focus more on peer relationships and social experiences. The emphasis on peer relationships, along with ongoing prefrontal cortex development, might lead teens to take more risk because of the social benefits outweigh the possible consequences of a decision. This risk could be a negative or dangerous, or they could be positive, such as talking to a new classmate or joining a new club or sport. So an example of this, a bunch of teenagers, children, or young adults, let's say, have doorways installed. They get on TikTok, which is the social media platform, and they create these crazy, just kind of challenges for other teenagers to do. So, for example, one of the challenges at one point was for them to literally crack their own neck, and some teens did that and died. Okay, literally, like you see me here taking my neck and turn it as far as I literally can until it cracks. They literally break their own necks. That was one of the challenges. So these type of challenges like that, which are all over TikTok, all over these different social media platforms, not just TikTok, they lead to, death or serious injury. And why would think about it? If a person's thinking correctly, why would they do something like that? Think about that, all right? But if people don't have doorways or very limited doorways, let's say, then it may lead to, especially in this social environment is encouraging, it leads to very encouraging social factors, right? It leads people to have lifelong friends, like literally another friend, another young child that this child met at 7, 8 years old. At 60 years old, it will still be their friend because of the bonds and the cherishment that they have based on these interactions. Number 3, the teen brain is ready to learn and adapt. The teen brain has an amazing ability to adapt and respond to new experiences and situations. Taking challenging classes, exercising, and engaging in creative activities like art or music can strengthen brain circuits and help the brain mature. Next, the teen brains may respond differently in stress. Because the teen brain is still developing, teens may respond to stress differently than adults. This could increase teens' chances of developing stress-related mental illnesses such as anxiety and depression. Recognizing possible triggers and practicing effective coping techniques can help teens deal with stress. Number 5, most teens do not get enough sleep. So let's think about it, right? What if one group of teenagers actually needs to get 9 hours of sleep? For them to develop properly, they have to get that. But instead, based on school schedules, the amount of works like that, they're waking up, and again, school starts early. 6, they have to be at school at 6 or 7 a.m. to start begin school. Okay, what kind of long-term issues does that cause? But the structure, the draconic structure, doesn't care about that because it just wants you because you are considered an animal. It just wants you serving on the large plantation. That's it. Okay, it could care less that you are being developmentally stunted because of even lack of sleep. Okay. Research shows that the sleep hormone melatonin works differently in teens than in children and adults. In adolescents, melatonin levels stay higher later at night and drop later in the morning, which may explain why teens may stay up late and struggle with waking up early. Many teens do not get enough sleep, making it harder to pay attention, control impulses, and do well at school. Getting good sleep at night can help support mental health. So they know these things, right? Why isn't all of these, now, there's some outliers out there, but why in mass isn't these changes being known? Well, being implemented, I should say, because they are known. Number 6, mental illnesses may begin to appear during adolescence. Ongoing changes in the brain, along with physical, emotional, and social changes, like doorways being stalled, trauma between the age of 0 and 7, not getting it taken care of at all. So it lingers on, and then of course at the different age ranges, all type of consequences happen. Drugs, educational trauma, not even talking about genetic trauma, and so on and so forth, right? The fact that all of these changes happen at one time may explain why many mental illnesses such as schizophrenia, anxiety, depression, bipolar disorder, and eating disorders emerge during adolescence. The teen brain is resilient. Despite the stresses and challenges that come with adolescence, most teens go on to become healthy adults. Healthy in what sense? What is the range of what we're calling healthy? Because even what we're calling a healthy adult in reality is dysfunctional, right? Some changes in the brain during the critical phase of development actually help support resilience and mental health over the long term. All right, there's a website there at the bottom there. I'm going to put this in the chat room. Okay, it's about finding help. Okay. I know Siobhan had asked a question about something in the chat room. I got stuff all around my screen, so I have to look all around it because I can't see what all this equipment here. All right, so I'm about to put this in the chat there. So I'm about to stop the share. One moment here. All right, so I'm about to put this in the chat. So let's talk about lifelong doorway symptoms. Sexual abuse. Relationship of childhood abuse and household dysfunction to many of the leading causes of death in adults. Remember, we talked about health issues later in life, right? Here's a study that gets into that, okay? The Adverse Childhood Experiences Study, the American Journal of Preventive Medicine. This landmark study identified a strong dose-response relationship between the number of adverse childhood experiences, including sexual abuse, and many of the leading causes of death in adults, including heart disease, cancer, respiratory disease, and liver disease, as well as mental health conditions like depression and anxiety. Man, just think how powerful that is, man. Think how many of our loved ones are passing away because of doorways and trauma. You know what I'm saying? That has nothing to do with, they may have had a perfect diet, but because of what is happening internally within their mind, it has caused their body to have issues, illnesses. Long-term physical health consequences of childhood sexual abuse. A meta-analytic review, Journey of Pediatric Psychology. The meta-analysis of 37 studies found that childhood sexual abuse was associated with significantly increased risk of a wide range of physical health problems in adulthood, including gastrointestinal disorders, gynecological problems, pain, and obesity. So a lot of the people you see walking around super obese, and now they have even campaigns on social media saying that you should embrace obesity kind of thing, in a sense where it's acceptable, make it okay for people to still be walking around with being obese, okay, and the health problems that will eventually come from that, which is a sign of some type of doorway or trauma event. Okay, so sexual abuse and lifetime diagnosis of psychiatric disorders, a systematic review and meta-analysis from the Mayo Clinic proceedings. This systematic review found that individuals who experienced sexual abuse in childhood were at increased risk for a variety of psychiatric disorders in adulthood, including depression, anxiety, eating disorders, post-traumatic stress disorder, sleep disorders, and suicide attempts. You got a bunch of young people walking around here with PTSD, which is obvious. If you see the symptoms of PTSD, it's like it's all untreated PTSD at that. Again, this still deals with sexual abuse. Child sexual abuse and subsequent psychopathology results from the National Core Mobility Survey. American Journal of Public Health, the study using data from the National Core Mobility Survey, found that individuals who reported sexual abuse in childhood were at higher risk for a wide range of psychiatric disorders in adulthood, including major depression, anxiety disorders, substance use disorders, and personality disorders. Question, everyone. Can you all hear me okay? All right. So core mobility, okay, because someone might not know what core mobility means. It refers to the presence of two or more distinct health conditions in a patient at the same time. These conditions can occur independently of each other or can be interconnected. They may also influence each other's progression and the overall health outcomes of the patient. For example, a person could have both hypertension, which is high blood pressure, and diabetes, which are considered comorbid conditions. In the field of mental health, a person might have major depressive disorder and an anxiety disorder at the same time. This is association between self-reported childhood sexual abuse and the adverse psychosocial outcomes. So this twin study found that childhood sexual abuse was associated with a broad range of adverse psychosocial outcomes in adulthood, including depression, anxiety disorders, substance use disorders, and risky sexual behavior. Now let's talk about physical abuse. These are some of the studies that deal just plainly with physical abuse, okay? A prospective investigation of major depressive disorder and core morbidity in abused and neglected children grown up. Okay, this study found that children who experienced physical abuse were at higher risk for future major depressive disorder and psychiatric core morbidity. This study deals with emotional psychological abuse. This research suggested that emotional psychological abuse in childhood could lead to the development of distinct psychiatric disorders, including personality disorders, anxiety disorders, and depression. So typically, what we see was happening in the social, in the psychology spaces, as well as you see this on social media, that they tend to highly put a spotlight on physical abuse, okay? And they typically put spotlight on physical abuse and associate that with men, right? But the women tend to do more psychological based abuses, even though they do sexual abuse and stuff like that as well, but more psychological based abuse, emotional based abuse, okay? And that causes long-term effects as well. And even in the psychological spaces, they don't really talk about it that a lot. I'm saying, and it's very interesting. Neglect. This systematic review found that neglect in childhood was associated with increased risk of depression, anxiety disorders, substance abuse, and suicidality in adulthood. Dissociative identity disorder, okay, or someone called this multiple personality disorder, okay? Here's 3 studies from that. The first one, this source provides a thorough examination of the association between severe childhood trauma and development of multiple personalities, okay? The next one, this study dwells into the strong links between early childhood trauma, particularly child abuse, and the onset of multiple personality disorders. The next one here, this review connects repeated trauma in childhood to the emergence of the multi-personality disorder, again, or DID, which is dissociative identity disorder. Schizophrenia. The first one deals with review found that childhood trauma is associated with an increased risk of psychosis and schizophrenia. The next one, this meta-analysis suggests that individuals exposed to adverse experiences in childhood have a 2.8 times greater risk of developing schizophrenia. 2.8 times. Okay, so almost three times the likelihood of developing schizophrenia. And I tell you all, as we become, as we supposedly age, right, we're going to see many people with pretty much most of these issues that we name. It's tons of people all the way around with them. It's been around for a while at this point, but you're going to see it's going to be almost like everyone, to the point where it's going to seem like it's normal, even right now. And me analyzing social media. That's why I do love social media from that aspect, because I pull down the data all the time, always analyzing all these trends, and everything is absolutely beautiful. And it comes up with within the data, the patterns are seen and everything, right? So with that, it's so interesting how because of the trauma, the push by these draconian entities push that kind of stuff hard, right? Archon entities want to extract energy. Okay, dracons want to kind of like push the energy within, make people more subservient, make people more condensed and closed in, right? So what I'm noticing is that there's a massive amount of psychological issues happening all around us, like the ones we're going over here, and it's so many people having so many issues that they're pushing hard to make it normalized. So these issues that we see is just considered normal human behavior, when it's really not. Okay. Marijuana and schizophrenia. This study indicates a correlation between heavy cannabis use and higher risk of developing schizophrenia. The second one here, high potency cannabis and the risk of psychosis. The paper suggests that high potency cannabis can increase the chances of having a psychotic episode. Okay, so let me see something here. Did I go? Okay, so based on the one of the symptoms of schizophrenia is being paranoid. How many of you all, for example, smoke the tweed, right? Smoke the devil's lettuce and get paranoid? Okay. It's so common that people say, yeah, when I smoke, I get a little paranoid here. You are showing symptoms of schizophrenia. Now, I may not mean you have schizophrenia, but you're showing the symptoms of it. Okay. So if you get paranoid at all from smoking weed, you shouldn't be smoking it anyway. Be pure. Why? And I tell you something, right? It's kind of interesting about the draconic and archonic entities and those that they control within the space. Okay. When I tell people this, to be pure. Okay, what's wrong with being pure? Okay, what's wrong with being the best you literally can be and have of course, a lot of people are getting into health these days and stuff like that, which means what? They're trying to be pure. They're trying to take, whether it be all different types of supplements, all different types of fresh juices, eating all types of fresh fruits and vegetables to cleanse the blood and stuff like that, right? Why do you want to cleanse the blood? Because the blood is dirty. Why is it dirty? Because of the nonsense you've probably been doing, and of course, environmental factors and stuff like that, but also nonsense that we do partake in, right? Okay, cool. And what does it mean when you cleanse the blood? You're trying to do what? You're trying to make it pure, right? That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to make it pure. So why not stay pure from the start, right? But when I see these things, you'd be surprised of the draconic entities that try to cut in, cut off funding, cut off this and that, just because I say that, right? What's so dangerous about saying to be pure? That's why those type of things like that make me go even harder. And thanks to you all, because that's kind of weird. And also is very strange where they actually did not do that. It wouldn't make me hyper focus on certain topics, right? They actually, because I'll just go past it, right? Because I feel like it's not as important for me to focus on, right? But when they show that they really don't like me just talking about having your body pure from the start, don't do drugs, and they cut off funding and they do weird microaggressions, passive aggressive things, so like that. I say, wow, and just saying that caused you all that much grief. Let me triple down then. Okay, so other drugs. The paper suggests that substances like stimulants and hallucinogens can contribute to a psychotic of symptoms, which is true. Many people on social media, not even talking about the schizophrenia, not even talking about being completely like you're not there in your mind. You talk, of course, like that, a person who's done too many drugs, like that kind of slurred speech and so on and so forth, right? Like, yeah, man, everything is just good, right? All that kind of talking, right? Which is associated with heavy drug use. The there are many people that you don't hear about that take even mushrooms and things of this nature only one time only, and it completely destroys their life, right? It takes them into a psychotic episode. Okay, it takes them out of their body, and they never return. All right. The second study here talks about how psychedelics such as LSD or psilocybin can cause transient dissociative states or exacerbate pre-existing mental health conditions. Okay, transient dissociative states means it comes and goes. That's what that means. Okay, that means you could be sitting here having a conversation with me right now, and all of a sudden you disassociate. People do it all the dang on time. Okay, I see it all the time. Again, this could be brought on by drugs, but could also be brought on by trauma and or having a doorway, having these dissociative states. And think about it, there are many YouTubers who talk about meditation and doing certain meditations or doing certain drugs a certain way to purposely disassociate without telling you. They might not even know, but without telling you what could happen on both sides of that. And what could happen long term, because these things are known even in the metaphysical community. These things are, for those who are really about the study and knowledge, stuff like that, like we are, these things are known. Most people are better off not doing any of this stuff. Could a doorway be a gateway for demons? If you don't control yourself, then something else does. And even if you are fully in control 80% of the time, then what is in control of you the other 20%? So is it you or is it the doorway? If it is negative outcomes, it is probably the doorway. Think about it. Why would you want to destroy or cause lifelong destruction to yourself? If one is causing destruction to themselves, there is some type of trauma, unresolved trauma, and or a doorway that is there. Now, could lifelong trauma or a doorway that was untreated for so long that it did cause prefrontal cortex damage and hippocampus damage and stuff like that, then eventually later in life, that person, well after the brain has solidified in that state, they did get help and they do understand the help and it did help them and they are better off. But could they still be making bad decisions and stuff like that? Yes, because they have a damaged prefrontal cortex. You see, that's why these things have to be taken care of early in age, because if not, it can lead to lifelong issues. You've seen the study that I had put up about them purposely taking orphans and damaging them for life by telling them pretty much negative and purposely bringing on stuttering in children that did not stutter. So let's talk about demons, right? So each demon in the realm, right, in history, there's a few different concepts that I see and potential reasons why it came about. So what we call symptoms, like we talked about schizophrenia, DID, right, which is multiple personality disorders, and so on and so forth. In a time past, let's say, for example, if society failed, right? And so it's a grid down scenario, a very long-term grid down scenario. And so have a large bank of knowledge, right? But eventually we will supposedly get older, right? And eventually we will leave from here, right? So then we try to pass on our knowledge to the next generation. Again, this is in a prolonged grid down, right? Depending upon, because if the grid is down, the next generation, my generation, our generation, right, which is millennium, okay, is filled with people who are just drugged out. Generation X, which is above me, is also, this is tons of generations being drugged out, but the more you go down, the more drugged out and kind of gone they are, right? So the next generation, many of them have a very difficult time, even with concepts like deduction, like seeing an issue and deducing it to smaller, more manageable concepts. I mentioned this in front of some audiences of those children who were getting into STEM. And let's say out of audience of 75 children or young people, teenagers, okay, only like 1 or 2 understood what deduction is, and neither of them knew how to deduce anything. So that means that if it was a grid down scenario, most of them would be will lead to unfortunate circumstances because they don't know how to figure out anything. You could put me in a room with nothing and say, or on an island with nothing, without even the knowledge of, let's say, without detailed knowledge of how to, like, capture fish or anything like that, right? I'm going to figure it out. And some say, how you figure it out? That's what deals with that type of, that ability. Every human should naturally have that. Doesn't mean you're able to figure out everything, but if given enough time, you should be able to figure it out. You shouldn't just be literally, no matter how much time you're given, just be at a loss for words. Okay? So as time goes on, if you're following me here, as time goes on generationally, eventually you get to the point, especially if the next generation is all drugged out and can't even deduce, then that means that what about the generation after them? They'll be even worse off. So eventually you get to the point where there'll be a few people who are, let's say, who have a certain amount of knowledge, and most people don't. Okay. Now, from that point, it will get to the point where people start getting to superstition, where instead of calling things, let's say, which I'm not saying the superstition is wrong though, but instead of calling it, let's say, schizophrenia, they call it, or let's say, instead of calling it lust or addiction, as you see on the screen here, they call it Asmodeus. They say, that person there, you see that person there, being addicted to some natural alcohol that they created in this camp. You see the person there, they have the demon Asmodeus. Asmodeus, you get away, stay away from them. Asmodeus controls them. You see? So different concepts are created to describe the same thing. Okay? So the demon Asmodeus is the doorway issue that it creates, or what comes from it, is lust and addiction. Asmodeus, a figure in Jewish and Christian demonology, is often associated with lust and uncontrolled desire, which can symbolically represent issues of addiction. I say addiction. My mouth is, I'm so dry now. Hold a second here. You all know I'll be talking for so long at times that yeah. So, anyways, the demon Astaroth, the doorway issue it creates is sloth or despair. Okay. Astaroth, a demon in Christian demonology, is often associated with sloth and idleness, which might symbolically represent depressive symptoms or other mood disorders characterized by lack of motivation and feelings of despair. All right, just give me one moment, everyone. Just one moment here. But there's above, right? The doorway issue is gluttony and overindulgence. But there's above, a figure in Christian demonology is associated with gluttony and overindulgence, which could symbolically represent issues of binge eating disorder or other forms of consumption-related disorders. So, for example, a person who is suffering from some type of consumption-related disorder, right? In a certain time, they would say the demon Beelzebub has control over her or him. Okay, the demon Lilith. The doorway issue is rejection or isolation. In Jewish folklore, Lilith represents a figure of independence, but also isolation, rebellion, and rejection, which might symbolically represent feelings of social isolation or rejection-related traumas. The demon Mara, doorway issue is deception and illusion. Mara, a demon in Buddhist mythology, represents deception and illusion, which could symbolically represent delusional disorders or psychosis. So this is so interesting. So when you're reading ancient texts and stuff like that, sometimes they're talking about, the demon that they're talking about, or the entity they're talking about, actually may be a bacteria. Okay, it actually may be a virus in the environment. Okay, or it can be an issue like this. It could be actually a state of mind. Belphegor, the doorway issue is apathy and disinterest. Belphegor, a demon in Christian demonology, is associated with discoveries and inventions that lead to laziness and apathy, a symbolically representing depressive symptoms or other disorders characterized by a lack of interest in life activities. So, young people these days don't want to seem like these, they want to be on a computer, stuff like that, but things that are considered actually life, they have disinterest in that. They have become one with the machine. Let's talk about meditation. The benefits of meditation, okay? Reduce stress. Regular meditation can help reduce body's response to stress, decreasing the production of stress-related hormones and promoting a sense of calm. This can be particularly beneficial for those dealing with trauma-related stress or anxiety disorders. Improved emotional regulation. Meditation can help improve emotional regulation by promoting mindfulness, the ability to stay present and fully engage in the current moment without judgment. This can be useful in managing the dissociation or emotional instability that can accompany disorders like DID or PTSD. Enhance self-awareness. Some forms of meditation can help individuals become more aware of their thoughts and emotions, promoting self-understanding and helping them to recognize and address harmful thought patterns. This self-awareness can be viable in managing a variety of mental health conditions. Improve focus and attention. Meditation can improve concentration and attention span, which can be particularly beneficial for those dealing with attention difficulties or cognitive effects of trauma. Better sleep. Many people who meditate regularly report improved sleep patterns, since sleep disturbances are common among those dealing with trauma or mental health issues. This can be a significant benefit. Increase compassion and empathy. Loving kindness meditation in particular can help individuals develop a more compassionate and empathetic outlook toward themselves and others, which can be beneficial in healing from trauma and forming healthier relationships. Neuroplasticity. Regular meditation can physically change the structure of the brain, a phenomenon known as neuroplasticity. This includes increased gray matter density in areas related to learning, memory, and emotional regulation, which can help profound benefits for mental health. Many of you know, I love to do crystal ball meditation, but I love to see the responses you all give. Some of you be telling me that when a session is happening, especially in Chicago, the crystal bowls are going to happen, and you all come in even just for that. Crystal bowl meditation, also known as crystal bowl sound healing or crystal singing bowl therapy, involves the use of bowls made from quartz crystal or other materials to produce sound and vibration. The science behind this practice combines principles from acoustics, psychology, and neurology to produce a relaxation response and facilitate the potential for healing. Many of you, of course, experience this again by coming to the Medicinal events. And so I'm going to explain how this actually works. It's all about the Vortexian spin, which encompasses rhythm, harmonic waveforms, acoustics, and more. The mastery of this concept will open the door to higher thought forms, technologies in the world beyond. Okay? So, meaning that everything is sound. Okay? In physics, resonance is a principle that suggests that an object will vibrate at a particular frequency, and the vibration can cause another object to vibrate in response. This concept is applied in crystal bowl meditation, where the sounds and vibrations produced by the bowls are said to resonate with the body's cells. This is coupled with the principle of entrainment, the tendency of one's brain waves to synchronize with a rhythmic or pulsing external stimulus, such as sound or light. The intention is to entrain the brain to alpha or theta brainwave states associated with deep relaxation and meditation. Acoustics and psychoacoustics. The bows produce a range of sound frequencies, including both audible tones and inaudible vibrations. According to psychoacoustic theory, these sounds and vibrations can affect our minds and bodies on both a conscious and subconscious level. They can stimulate the release of nitric oxide, a molecule associated with vascular expansion, and the relaxation response, further promoting a sense of calm and well-being. Psychological response. The calming sounds and meditative aspect of the practice can aid in reducing stress and anxiety, promoting a sense of inner peace and relaxation. This can help break up stagnant or negative thoughts and feelings and promote a more positive mental state. Neurological effects. Sound therapy like crystal bowl meditation has been suggested to impact the neurochemistry of the brain. The calming, repetitive sounds can influence brainwave activity, encouraging a shift from a more alert beta brainwave state to the more relaxed alpha or theta brainwave states. This can foster deep relaxation and healing. The concept of a human aura or a magnetic field surrounding the human body is an idea that originates from various spiritual and esoteric traditions, where it's often described as a luminous body of energy or light that surrounds the physical body. It is considered by some to reflect a person's emotional, physical, and spiritual health. Scientifically, there are measurable electromagnetic fields produced by the human body, primarily generated by the heart and brain, both of which produce electrical activity. This is why we use technologies like the ECG, one second here, and EEG to measure heart and brain function respectively. Ways to increase magnetic vibrancy: good nutrition, techniques like meditation, stress management, and therapy. With training, people can learn to consciously influence their own physiological processes. Some mind-body practices, positive social interactions, and maintaining good emotional health. Good nutrition, regular exercise, and adequate sleep, and routine medical care, holistic care, contribute to overall health and can potentially affect the strength and stability of the body's electromagnetic fields. Techniques like meditation, stress management, and therapy can promote mental well-being, potentially influencing the activity of the brain and nervous system. Some research has suggested that with training, people can learn to consciously influence their own physiological processes, such as heart rate, through a process known as biofeedback. This might have implications for the manipulation of personal electromagnetic fields. Some mind-body practices like yoga, tai chi, qigong are based on the idea of manipulating energy or life force in the body, which could be interpreted as affecting one's aura or personal electromagnetic field. Positive social interactions and maintaining good emotional health have been shown to have physiological benefits like reducing stress hormones, which could in turn affect personal electromagnetic fields. Crystallized energies. Ever hear of the saying that a person is stuck in their ways? The saying is in reference to the solidifying of brainwave processes, along with the solidification of their energetic field, which leads to stagnant energy, which in turn leads to slowing of the body's processes, which doesn't end well for most. A stagnant aura could potentially be related to physical ailments, from minor issues like headaches and fatigue to more serious conditions. Some believe that energetic stagnancy or blockage can manifest as physical illness over time. Emotional blockages or stagnant energy might be associated with emotional distress, including feelings of anxiety, depression, irritability, or general emotional imbalance. Some traditions suggest that a stagnant aura can hinder personal growth, spiritual development, or self-awareness. Interpersonal difficulties might be attributed to energy blockages or a stagnant aura based on the idea that our energetic fields interact with those of others. Some believe that a clear, vibrant aura can enhance intuition, perception, or extrasensory abilities, and that stagnancy or blockages can impede these processes. Additional wellness modalities: grounding or earthing, physical contact with the earth's surface, such as walking barefoot or on grass or soil. Natural bodies of water, swimming in the ocean or natural bodies of water. Raw food and water. Many recommend consuming raw foods and properly filtered water. Trees symbolically reach upwards toward the ether, which I mentioned earlier, or heavens, drawing down spiritual, divine, celestial energy. This can be thought of as drawing down inspiration, wisdom, or spiritual illumination. Various traditions may give the energy different names, such as prana, chi, or etheric energy. Simultaneously, the roots of the tree delve deep into the earth, drawing up earthly or terrestrial energy. This energy is often seen as more grounding, practical, or material in nature. It might be described as the energy of physical life, stability, and manifestation. Dogs are happiness and loyalty personified. Okay, so at the end of that, I took the apron off, all right, because the dish has been served, it's through. We made it through, everyone. We went quite a while. It's 5:32 p.m. Central Time here. We've been on this thing since 12 p.m. Central Time. 5.5 hours, y'all. 5.5 hours, my people. Okay. So now it's Q&A time. Is there any questions, comments you have? Let's get into it. If you need me to go over anything, this is the time for it. And then after this, we will call it an evening. All right. So,
what would you say is the direct solution that correlates to traumatic doorways being established?
there's no direct solution. Everyone's different. Now, this is the thing, though. What I'm going to tell you is this, is that in our practices over all these years, we found a methodology or a routine of helping someone remove a doorway, let's say, right? Because for some people, though, it's still, for some people, it may be a month. For other people, it may be 2 years, right? So now what we're working on, so in short, with the Medicinal did, we have literally found the cure for the doorway, okay? But even though we found the cure for the doorway, still, everyone has different reasons why they have a doorway installed. And it's not two of the same, so you can't necessarily go to it directly. But right now, the focus on the back end is for us to try to bring that time frame down. So let's say if 100 people, the average is 2 years, okay, of constant communication, constant doing certain type of meditations, all different types of stuff, right? Along with therapy and all type of other stuff. So let's say if it's 2 years, well, now we're working on getting that down to a year. And then once we get it down to a year, we're going to see if it's possible to get that down to 6 months. We're going to keep trying to have it as long as it can still be done in a proper way to get it done to a little bit of nothing. Typically, when I do this, because it's not the since we had the class on June 10th, this is not the only time I've done it from that point. I did it one time before, and there's always that question. So tell me the exact answer to remove a doorway. Okay, your answer is different from the next person's answer. I mean, why do you have a doorway, for example, right? And that's not for you to answer here, but what you're going to say is going to be different than somebody else. Okay. So what I would say for you at first, for sure, get some therapy. Hopefully you can find someone that you feel comfortable with, because in getting therapy is not based on someone agreeing with you, but it's also not based on someone disagreeing with you. Okay. It's based on someone many times trying to help you see and move through the issue that's taking place, right? In my instances of being amongst many practitioners, those who are more traditional practitioners, those who are formally trained, and everything else, is to really get you to work through it. but giving you techniques, know-how to do just that. Okay. So first and foremost, before it goes any way past that into the metaphysics or anything like that, seek the standard protocol first and see how that helps
What are some techniques we can do with children if they can't like meditate?
you. Crystal bowl meditation, earthing, getting them a pet. Literally all the things we went over for the last quite a few hours. Use many of those techniques or all those techniques. Find what works for you, whether it be yourself or a child. A child, most definitely, because like in many cases, majority of people are not equipped with being able to deal with a child as a doorway. Okay, especially in these times, with the many people that we have spoke to, it isn't most adults don't have the wherewithal. They have the want to do it, but they don't have the, whether it be the knowledge or the ability to focus enough to actually do what needs to be done. So when it comes to children, especially, go the traditional route. Find a more than likely it's going to be a psychologist, okay, that can help them with, because a lot of children are dealing with severe issues, okay, so which is leading to the severe just rashness of all these adults we see walking around us. Okay, so ideally, if it's a child, find a psychologist. Once they start to become older, that's working, and then maybe other types of avenues could be implemented again, like some of the ones we went over to. Of course, this whole course was about, this class today was not only about showing you what a doorway is, with multiple different examples, showing you the sources and everything, but also just many different modalities that are done to help someone try to get past that. Now, our what we do is proprietary. I can't say what we do in detail, okay? But we have a proven method of doing what we do. Like I said, the medicine has found the cure for the doorway. But again, everybody is different. Once you go through the clinician route, and depending upon what happened with that, then from that point, we'll discuss going further, doing this, doing that over a course of time. How long would it take? It could take a year. I mean, a week. It could take a month. It could take a year. It could take 2 years. Who knows? So there's literally no way for me to know. And many times when we have things going on with us, it took us so much time to get to that point, right? So let's say you're 30 years old, right? And it happened, let's say a traumatic experience which created a doorway happened when you were 2 years old. Okay, that's 28 years ago. So you've been living with it for 28 years. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to be gone like tomorrow. It's not going to be gone like more than likely even 6 months from now. Okay, and also the process itself is probably going to take a while, because it took a while for you to get to that point where you even came to the conclusion where you need certain help. And then also, let me say this too. When one has the cure for their doorway, it doesn't mean you don't think about it. Some people think, people are in this age, I'm going to tell you also what I come across with the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of clients that I've had, is that people want some type of, overall, people want a pill. They want a pill to take it away. That in summing up hundreds of doorway consultations over the years, if I were to summarize a common feeling that people really want, they want a pill to take it away. They want a pill to take it away and it's gone. That's not the way it works. Okay? It's not the way it works at all. Okay? You may still think about it. It's just that it doesn't tear you down anymore. And eventually you get to the point where you don't think about it actively. You don't actively think about it at all. Okay? But of course, it's like a scar on the body. If let's say a person has some type of accident where they have a scar on their leg, right? And even though they are 100% healed from the scar, okay, they have no more pain from the scar. The scar is always there though. Okay, if they look down, they will see the scar. That's how it is even mentally, where you may not actively think about it anymore. And you may go years and years and years without even it crossing your mind. But if a certain stimuli happens in the environment, if someone says the certain words, whatever it may be, it may bring that memory back up. But the difference is you're not re-injuring yourself because of that. Okay, or like an example with the scar from the accident. When the person looks back down at that scar, they're not going back out re-scarring themselves. Okay, because you're well past that. You got it? Oh, one second here. You got that?
Yes, I understand. Thank you.
Very welcome. And Bria, just take your time. I mean, like I said, it took you time. If that's the case, whether it be you or child, it took you time to get to that point. It's going to take time. Okay. Just make sure that each step of the process, if you're really serious, the best advice I could give you that whether it be eventually with the medicine center or with a clinician, whatever, take it seriously. Okay. Take your time and literally take it seriously. Because if you do come out the other side of that, whole, WHOLE, it would be worth the process. Okay. Before you go on, Ed, Joe had her hand up first, and then you, Ed. So Joe, then Ed.
Hey, Tony. Hey, family.
How you doing, Joe?
I'm awesome and amazing. Okay, so thank you for doing this workshop virtually. I missed the in-person event, and it's because, things have just been coming to a head that prevented me from making the trip. And everything that you've shared, I've been on a healing journey because I knew I had doorways. I didn't know what to call them. I had childhood traumas. I had multiple childhood traumas. And I'm 55 years young, and I'm thankfully peeling layers of that trauma away. But my question is around the services to continue to close the traumas with the Medicenter. Would I just schedule a consultation, or is there something in specific that I need to look for in the store?
I would say set up a consultation first, and just so you all know, we offer free consultation, so it doesn't even cost you. Okay, they're 30 minutes though. Okay, so set up a consultation, 30-minute free consultation. We'll talk about it first because it may not be as serious as you may think, maybe. Okay, so but we'll talk about it and try to find some type of game plan that's for you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so Ed, you're next.
My apologies. It knocked me out. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So when you talk about solutions, right, to doorways being stored, for me, my feeling of, I believe some childhood trauma that I had, it's been helped from, just Dr. Blair, I'll say Professor Kleiman. So I believe that helped me on my journey in, having whatever doorway that might have been installed released, So I know it's not, I know we all be looking for, some answers, but I think it was as simple as that, just being in tune with the Medicenter, and finding some of those things that helped me along my journey. Like you said, it's scars that might be there and it's a wound, but I believe that it pretty much healed me or close to it.
There it is. Yep. Like I said, it may take time and everything else, but it makes it so that, it's not that you won't think about it, but it's just that it doesn't bring you down thinking about it. You know what I'm saying? It becomes more a reflective pastime than one that, breaks you down, makes you cry in the corner, makes it so you can't go to work and all that other stuff that could possibly take place.